Short ribs. When the pandemic hit, our restaurant sales dropped by 70%. And we were really looking at the possibility of having to close the restaurant. I started using my reserves and my personal savings to cover payroll. And we just did everything we could to keep the restaurant open and, more importantly, to help keep our staff working.
We were fortunate enough to be invited to the Open for Business initiative by Wells Fargo, created the People of Color Business Elevation Fund, and as a result, we're able to help make a dent in some of that devastation.
PCR really stepped up to the plate. They helped us get a PPP loan for the business, and they also provided a loan through a grant from Wells Fargo that we used to cover our payroll and vendor expenses, which we had fallen behind on.
PCR was formed as a result of the efforts of several community leaders who recognized the dearth or inability of African American owned businesses to obtain access to capital here in the Southern California area.
Ooh, that's Thanksgiving.
We at Wells Fargo created the Open for Business Fund, approximately $400 million to help small business owners through the pandemic.
One meal? I can't tell you what this has meant to our business. It has literally kept us alive and kept us open and kept us serving.
Welcome to day 2 of the virtual 35th anniversary conference of the 100 Black Men of America Incorporated. And for those of you who joined us yesterday, thank you very much. Welcome back. Get ready for even more inspiration, motivation, education, and empowerment. Now, if you were just tuning in or watching this broadcast on demand, get ready to be moved to action. This year's theme, it is time to act. The 100 is sending out a call for their network of mentors, community partners, and all leaders who are committed to our youth. That call is to continue to adapt and show young people how to evolve during this time of COVID-19 and beyond. The 100 also wants you to provide strategies and tools to help youth and their families navigate the challenges that life presents. And ultimately, the 100 wants all the students they serve to triumph, meet their full potential, and live out the dreams they have for their lives. Now, a person who has worked to enrich the lives of the youth and the African American community is Thomas W. Dortch, Jr. He serves in leadership roles across many industries and has worked for decades with the 100 to really make a difference in the lives of young people. Now, here to introduce the first award for today is the chairman of the 100 Black Men of America, Tommy Dortch.
Hello, youth partners, of course, sponsors, which I call investors, and all of our great men of the 100 Black Men of America and all of our community supporters. When you support our organization and our local chapters, you support our students, of course, and with the work of the 100, the men in the 100, we help to make sure that these young people understand that the world and the universe is theirs. And today, this is a very critical opportunity and a critical time for us to really celebrate mentorship. The Thomas W. Dortch Jr. Mentor of the Year Award is being presented to a member who has worked countless hours over the years in support of our chapters and, of course, as a member of our board, and work to ensure that our young people have the very best mentors available. He has been responsible for all of the training for our mentors in the 100 and for those who are not a part of the 100, and helping to ensure that we have mentors across the board for the young men and young women who need positive role models in their lives. And so this person, of course, has been phenomenal from day one in 1994 to today. he still continues to be a part of the very foundation of our Mentoring the 100 way. Let me share some of the criteria for being given this award. One, you must have served as a volunteer mentor for at least 3 consecutive years. And of course, embodied and exemplified integrity and the 100 Black men of America's mantra: what they see is what they'll be. And more than that, promoted the involvement of collaboration of mentors, family, teachers, and community. For serving, again, as a mentor of the community and exemplary level, this person has always been one who's walked the walk and talked the talk, but more importantly, has trained thousands and thousands of 100 Black men to be positive mentors and to be successful in our mentoring programs. Of course, this year, it gives me great pleasure to present the 2021 Mentor of the Year Award to none other than Dr. Joshua Murphy. Congratulations, Joshua, for all that you've done and continue to do, the only national chair of 100 Black men of America.
Thanks for the honor of being recognized as the Mentor of the Year 2021 for the 100 Black Men of America Incorporated. I accept this recognition based on the great work of the board, its members, the staff at the national headquarters, for every member and every mentor in this organization, Collegiate 100, the Emerging 100, and why we do what we do for every mentee and their families throughout this country. Thank you kindly for this great recognition. May God continue to bless each and every one of you.
Good morning and congratulations to 100 Black Men of America on this 35th annual conference. And a special hello to my good friend, your esteemed chairman, Tommy Dorsch. On behalf of my colleagues throughout the Coca-Cola system, let me tell you how proud we are to partner with this great organization and the important work you do to inspire and empower youth across this country. Our own company purpose to refresh the world and make a difference come to life in a powerful way when we join forces with 100 Black Men of America. This year's conference team does a wonderful job at capturing the important moment in our history. This is indeed a time to act, to adapt, to challenge, and to triumph. The past 15 months have tested all of us, from dealing with the health, social, and economic aspect of the pandemic to bringing new energy and focus to the fight for social justice. From your beginning, 100 Black Men has been focused on taking action. Action that opens doors for young men and women. Action that removes barriers to achievements. Action that assures the talents of minority youth will contribute fully to the betterment of our society as a whole. This morning is such a pleasure to reflect on the state of 100, to hear the inspiring stories, to learn about the amazing accomplishment, and to see once again the wisdom and caring of this organizational work in the life of our youth. Thank you, 100 Black Men of America, for all you've done, not only to lift up the youth of America, but to benefit our nation far into the future as we are touched by their accomplishments. Your friends at Coca-Cola salute you. Now enjoy the closing session. Cheers.
It's my pleasure as chairman of the 100 Black Men of America to welcome you again to our virtual 35th annual conference. This year's theme, 2021 theme, is Time to Act, Adopt, Challenge, and Triumph. I have the pleasure of bringing to you today some phenomenal individuals who are making a difference in their own right. But I want to begin first, though, by thanking the Coca-Cola Company for being the sponsor for this session. Coca-Cola has been a partner with the 100 Black Men of America since our inception as a national organization, and it is one of the leading corporations in the world investing in communities, leading by example, and making sure that they do their part to make the world better for all of us. This is the State of the 100 gathering. We normally do it as a breakfast, but this is virtual. And we're having a conversation on the future and the vision of the 100 Black men of America. And this team that I have assembled today are phenomenal. We want you to sit back, relax. But before we get into any dialogue, I want to first ask them to introduce themselves because I'll be going through their resumes on and on and on. So I'm going to ask each of the panelists to at least introduce themselves to you, and they will share just a little bit. But you know what? I could give you an autobiography of all of these great people. Let's begin with the introductions.
All right. Hello, everyone. So my name is Atia Kennedy. I'm currently a student at Georgia State University studying international economics and modern languages with a minor in planning and economic development. And I also serve as the vice president of the Georgia State University chapter of Georgia 100. I'm so excited to be here. Thank you all for the opportunity. I can get started.
Hello. My name is Jacoby Henson. I'm a graduating senior from the 100 Black Men South Metro Atlanta chapter and the 2021 Mentee of the Year. And I will be attending SCAD this upcoming fall, and I'm excited to be here. And thank you.
All right. Hello, everyone. Chris Mixon, current president of Emerging 100 Houston. Serve as a senior consultant for Slalom LLP. Happy to be here. Happy to have the conversation with Chairman.
My mentee, Melanie.
Hello. Hi, I'm Melanie Campbell, President and CEO of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation and convener of the Black Women's Roundtable. And I am a mentee of the Thomas W. Dorsey Jr., and who I have known for decades. Just so glad to be here to be a part of this dynamic conversation. And thank you, Tommy, for the invitation to join this conversation tonight.
Thank you.
So good morning and thank you. I hope everyone is enjoying their breakfast, albeit we're not together, but I'm sure the food is good if you're eating at home. My name, and it's healthy, right? My name is Dr. Eric Griggs. I am a member of our International Health and Wellness Committee. I am the president-elect of the chapter here down here in New Orleans and chairman of the Health and Wellness Committee. My day job, I'm a community medicine director at a system of FQHCs with about 36 clinics, 47,000 patients, and I'm the health educator for the local Fox News affiliate. I'm glad to be here.
First, the 100 Black Men of America is recognized, if not among the top, possibly the top African-American-led mentoring organization. And from our Four for the Future programs, mentoring, education, health and wellness, and economic empowerment, which again is overlaid with leadership development and leadership. The 100 continues to improve the quality of life within our communities and enhance educational and economic opportunities for all African Americans. And during this great conversation we're going to have, these panelists will discuss their vision for the future, not just for the 100, but their communities. And we hope that the attendees will leave feeling empowered, motivated, and self-sufficient shareholders in this great organization. We can't do it without them. And again, working together, as it's been said over and over again, we're in this together. So as we look at the social fabric of our communities that we serve, we are here to continue and make a difference. So we're going to get right on into our discussions and questions we're going to ask. I want to invite all of you, if you have questions, to make sure you send those in to us as we go, because you will have your questions answered. It's important that we hear from you, our suggestions, and just know that the questions that you send in will be responded to by this organization. Let me start with my first question. as an organization, we are focused on our For the Future programs. And of course, leadership is everything. The focus has been on mentoring, education, health and wellness, and economic empowerment. And with the development of a leadership institute that we're in the progress of doing now, we hope to make and continue to make a difference. Is there another venture in your thoughts and that you think that we should be focused on as an international organization? If so, what would be your recommendations for the 100? If there are any areas or categories you think we should be doing?
Of course. Well, first, I'd like to say that the For the Future programs really do encompass so much of our community and do a great job sort of umbrelling the issues that our community faces. But firstly, one issue that I would like to see focused on a little bit more is mental health. The health and wellness aspect of it all tends to focus a little bit more on the physical issues that reside in our community, but working with mental health is something that I personally find important and would work a lot with us as a collegiate chapter and students who are going through things mentally, and it would just transcend through there. So I definitely think working with mental health, mental wellness would work perfectly with people.
Very good. And you know, before we move from there, a lot of people have misconceptions about mental challenges and mental illnesses. Every one of us at some point in life has had some kind of mental challenge, whether it's depression, whether I know not just from getting ready for those final exams and those things, or whether you're going to be able to make the payment on those bills, but we find that we have those challenges and we got to not sweep it under the rug. We got to be there to work together. So that's a great point that you make. And we hope that even on the college campuses, more and more students will form support groups and help young people and colleagues to talk about the challenges that they have. So that's a great point. We really appreciate that. Go ahead, Melanie.
You're already doing it. It's just not up on your For the Future, and that's civic engagement. I think you already do the Real Men Vote initiative over the years, and all of the issues that we know are impacted by public policy and engaging in community. So for me, I would say lift that up. You're already doing it with Real Men Vote, but I think it's a major pillar that for the 100 Black Men of America, the importance of Black men and young people participating in our civic process is really critical for the long haul.
And Melanie, we thank you for the partnership. You know, we lost a great giant in Dr. C.T. Vivian, who chaired that for us every year. And we're going to continue on working together. And this partnership has been phenomenal. And thank you. I remember from your days on the campus of Clark Atlanta University, you have never stopped, never looked back. And you have the commitment from the 100 that we're going to continue this partnership. Anybody else?
So I would like to just chime in. I think Atia, did I say it right? Yeah, you brought up a great point. One of the things that COVID has done, a lot of negative things have happened, but it's forced us to bring a lot of things out of the back room. And when I say out of the back room, we are Black folks. We know what we're talking about. When we have the barbecue or the cookout, if Uncle Sonny ain't taking his medication, we put him in the back, say he's having a bad day. We basically throw a plate at him and some food to keep him pacified for the whole time, as opposed to bringing him out and asking, hey, Sonny, including him in the family. There's a difference between mental illness and mental health. And as one of the things, Chairman Dortch, we've launched, I don't want to give it away, but I'm going to say it, we Healthcare 2.0. COVID-19 has forced all of us to be more, I can tell you, in 25 years of being a doctor, I've never been as excited to hear more people talking about my blood pressure and, my hemoglobin A1C. And, I ain't going to say no names, but I didn't think you could eat no meal without no meat. And I have more energy than ever. No name. So the thing we can do is to continue doing exactly what we're doing now. I found that during the pandemic, people listen to us as African Americans talking about our health in loud spaces, even when we shouldn't be loud, And we shouldn't be that close in those spaces. People are literally having discussions about their health, dispelling the myths by being the constant that we are. And one of the things is, again, carrying the torch that mental health is a part of our health, and it's totally different from mental illness. And it's all part of who we are, and we're here for each other.
Very good. Very good. Anyone else want to chime in now? Or are you waiting for that other big question to hit you at home? Okay. Let me just go to the next question that I want to present to you for this discussion. The 100 developed the programmatic platform, Mentoring the 100 Way Across a Lifetime. All of us need mentors. I'm at age 71, and I have my mentors who are still making a difference in my life, which seeks to address systemic issues and bridge, again, opportunity gaps for marginalized African-American youth. Mentoring is our organization's, again, in our organization does not end in elementary school, middle school, high school, even as you know with our Collegiate 100 and with our phenomenal Emerging 100 that we have, which inspires us, it continues on. So, and so my question to you is, you know, having been mentored and being engaged in mentoring, what impact has mentoring had in your life?
Oh, okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. So like you said, everybody needs mentors, especially as a young man. Men, we tend to carry this ego of, I don't need anybody. I know everything there is to know. So a mentor who shows you you don't know everything, that it's okay as a man to accept help. Me growing up, my father was not that present in my life. So a mentor kind of showed me how to navigate the world that we live in, which is necessary, especially for this type of climate, this current climate that we live in. And then, yeah.
And you make us proud because all of the great things you've done, and you're our 2021 Mentee of the Year. Your resume reads like autobiography of a world-class sprinter. You have been engaged and involved, and you make us all proud. So I wanted to follow up with that.
Thank you.
Any comments? None?
Yeah,
Right.
so I would have to say, as a first-generation college student, I would say I truly believe in it takes a village to raise a child. So my parents were, didn't go to college and graduate and things like that. So I had the opportunity of attending an HBCU. And as I was a student at the HBCU, there were so many resources and opportunities available for me to become what I like to consider a distinguished gentleman, right? So learning how to wear a suit, business etiquette, how important education and academia was for the success of my career post-college, right? And then kind of growing up as an adult, within the 100, it also allowed me to see that there are a lot more resources. So not only do we support the community and mentor Black youth, right? But we also do internal initiatives to make sure that our future pipelines, such as Collegiate and Emerging 100, have the opportunity to work with stellar career professionals or entrepreneurs that are part of the 100 Black Men of America who work to mentor and develop us as young adults aspiring to be future leaders.
Well, I want to thank you. And of course, Texas Southern, right?
Prairie View A&M, actually.
I mean, Prairie View A&M. You're in Houston now.
Right.
In Houston now, but Prairie View A&M, you guys were kicking folks all around over there in football at one point. I tell you, keep up.
Yeah, we got to get
the
back
great
to
work, and thank you for all that you've done and you continue to do. Let me move now to the next question I have for you, because again, COVID-19 has presented an unprecedented challenge to African American students, parents, and educators. And we all know a year and a half ago, we never thought we'd ever be at this point. But the pandemic has highlighted inequities in our community that have been long ignored. Again, what steps can you, working with the 100, take to close the learning gap for these students who have found challenges in their schools, who have been left out? And again, share your thoughts with us so that we can make sure that those listening in who may have ideas themselves or may have some things that they want to see happen. So one at a time.
So since you brought up COVID, I feel compelled to talk first. With COVID has represented a huge challenge to the adults as well as the kids. The biggest thing that it's brought to light for me is that people want to be heard. When you're talking to these kids and they say it's hard, don't tell them, oh, suck it up. Oh, at least you have the computers. It's challenging. It's very challenging. We're groomed and we grow up to be social creatures. We feed off a hormone called oxytocin just from making eye contact. It's that feel good. It's that mother's love hormone. It's the love that we have for one another. The kids missed out on all of that. A lot of dreams that they had predicated on doing proms and graduations, they weren't there. They never happened. And a lot of them didn't have the resources to be their best selves represented on a Zoom platform. So what we need to do is find out, listen, how are you? It goes back to the mental health thing. How are you? What do you need? What can I do to make you feel like the superstar you are to get to your next phase of excellence, and understand that it's hard for me too when I'm here. So again, leading those examples and asking those questions. And I really am going to go old school. It's not just a kid that you know. It's like when our grandparents and parents were, hey, come here, boy, you all right? Come here, let me talk to you. How's your day? What's going on? It's just showing that someone cares. You can change the trajectory, not just of someone's day, but of their whole lives. So I think COVID taught us we need to be more connected, and I think we can do a great job.
Great point. Great point. Anyone else want to chime in?
Like Tommy, I'm going to chime in. In my household in Alexandria, Virginia, I have a nephew and his 2 kids who are going to school and living up there with us, and having a 8-year-old and a 9-year-old, soon to be 10-year-old, having to kind of live through COVID and just the lack of the ability to have social interaction. It's very difficult, right? And I think so. One of them at least is now back in the classroom a couple days a week. But it really, what was just mentioned, it's really important that there is that you give young people space, especially those who are, of course, elementary children, and give them the space, because this was not normal, and it was okay to let them know it wasn't normal, and to, not tell them to suck it up, to just listen to them and listen, and so that they know that it's okay to talk about it, and it's okay some days not to have a good day, right? Mm-hmm. And there's a lot of work that we still have to see how this is moving forward, that we have to be really close and paying attention to how our young people are going to be able to reacclimate themselves into the education system, as from K through 12, and in some cases even college students who had to go through what they had to go through as well. So the socialization or lack thereof, I think, is probably the hardest thing I saw and lived through in our household with the babies that we had.
Anyone else want to chime in before I go to the next question?
I would love to say, COVID-19 has certainly changed the way that we as people interact with one another for a long time. But now that we're returning to kind of a sense of normalcy, it's very important that we as adults, that we as people who are able to make an impact, do so on these young minds. Their minds are consistently changing. They're experiencing periods of growth, both mentally, physically, all of that. So it's really important that we're reinforcing the ideas of love, the ideas of education, the ideas of mentorship, much like the 100 currently does. So by continuing to do that, and by continuing to let these students know, like Dr. Graves was saying, that we are here for you, I think is a great way to make sure that we can transition back to a normal life.
And real quick, just to our younger panels, I don't mean for us without hair or gray hair. I mean, like Chairman Deutsch said, you never, oh, Chris, you joined the mixer? Okay, all right, I like that. I mean, if you are a mentee, you have a responsibility to be a mentor. What does every second grader want to be? Every second grader says they want to be an astronaut. And they say they want to graduate high school, but more than anything, what do they want to be? A second grader wants to be a third grader. And a third grader wants to be a fourth grader. It's vertical mentoring. If your mentor doesn't have a mentor, you need another mentor. And if you're not mentoring, then your mentor needs to get on you to get on your job. You got to reach back and help, and that's all it takes.
That's keeping with the theme, what they see is what they'll be.
Yes, sir.
And all through life, that's what happens. So we're gonna, again, if the thoughts come as we're moving on, you can always revisit where we go. But let me go to the next question, and this is one that we're seeing an escalation all throughout this country. Right here in Atlanta, it has become a major challenge. We're dealing with what they're calling the water boys and gangs that are escalating in our communities. And so many of us have gotten together to say, again, rather than talking about what they're doing, what do we do as a community to address the challenges? You can't point the finger if we aren't making a difference. And so violent crimes throughout this country and this nation and the African-American community is just a challenge that we must address. And we must deal with police violence, but when you get to the real numbers, look at how many of our own people we're murdering, how many we're sending to emergency rooms, how many people are raping our women. So in your minds and thoughts, how should we address such violence escalation in our communities with us taking our own responsibilities?
Yeah, so Chairman, I think that's a great one. I think the biggest thing is to teach cohesiveness. Together we are stronger, and understanding, I think a lot of the violence goes into, turf wars and who wants to be more powerful and things like that, right? But truly understanding that, as we are cohesive, we are a lot stronger, and understanding the power of the Black dollar and the power of the Black vote goes a long way. And the more we can connect and come together as a community and do things as a unit, the more powerful we can be, the better we can develop our communities, and the more successful our people can be by working together rather than trying to kill each other and fighting over turf wars for something minute or small, which, in the long run may be a bigger dollar amount for them, but just trying to come together as a unit and teaching that on an actively and on a daily basis as we start out young and, matriculate into being adults and things like that, I think is very important.
Right. Very good comments. But we also need to understand that police basically respond to crime, and we say, well, why aren't the police reducing crime? We as a community, and we hopefully get more community policing. But the other thing we have to understand is that the community has a responsibility. Corporate America has a responsibility. Entrepreneurs have a responsibility. And each and every one of us have a responsibility. I've spent so much time with young people that are so talented, but we cannot walk away. And so I hope that as we continue the efforts in the 100 and with your leadership and your engagement, we can continue to address these issues. We can't throw our hands up, because these young people, just imagine if people had done that to us when we were growing up. So, and as you continue to grow. So keep that in mind as we go, and please share with us as we move what ideas and thoughts you have about the 100 addressing the violence in our communities. Let me move to one other question. For over 30 years, there's been a decline among African-American males applying for and attending medical school. And this is one thing that Dr. Griggs, you and the Health and Wellness Committee have been trying to address, and we've been working on that. How can we address this low enrollment and get more Black males to attend medical school?
So that's an excellent question, and I'm just going to get my comments out of the way, because obviously it's something that we think a lot about. It's holding the med schools accountable. Diversity, inclusion, and equity are huge. They're hot buzzwords. They're hot on everyone's mind right now. So you have to hold people's, when the situation got hot and everyone said they were going to change and we're going to do this and we're going to offer this money and we're going to make these opportunities, you got to hold them accountable for that. That's what you said. That's what you said. So now let's do it. There's that part. The other part is, of African-American doctors. African-American doctors make up somewhere between 2.9 to 4% of all doctors in the United States. That's something to think about, because we take it for granted, because we know people that are doctors. We know people that went to med school. We know people's parents. But it's really a small number because we all tend to know each other. Again, holding people's foot to the fire, and then Chairman, you brought up earlier, we put together a cartoon. We're working with the 100 to put the series of cartoons together so they can see maybe a bald-headed African-American doctor that wears glasses in a cartoon, literally showing them that's what they can be, because it takes that. Once they see it, they know they can be it. And if you spend time just nurturing that, the chances of going to the NBA for an African-American male right now are almost the exact same as they are for an African-American male that wants to go to med school. That's a travesty. But we put a ball in every 2-year-old's hand, right? We put a basketball, we put a nook with a football on it. Why not one with a stethoscope or a bib? Why not let's talk about, have conversations early to nurture what sports is what we want. But eventually, all of us will need a doctor at some point to nurture what it is that we need by being visible and having these conversations.
Great point.
Yeah.
Any other thoughts?
Yeah. So just to add on to his comments, I think that you're very much so right with the percentage of being a doctor versus being in the NFL or the NBA. I think for just remembering as I was a little black boy, right? I think as we are a black boy, what we aspire to be sometimes is we want to be cool or we want to be important. And a lot of times of what we see is, you see everyone on TV being an athlete or an NFL person or NBA basketball player, right? And so I don't think that we showcase enough of, what it means to be a doctor, how cool it is to be a doctor, how you can change lives and how you can be a very important person. I think that we know that it is something that is something that we can do, right? But it's not in your face, and it's not put out there as the cool thing until you get to college or post college and you have friends that are doctors and things like that. But if we can somewhat glorify what it means to be a doctor the same way we do with athletes and things like that, I think that it'll play off of as we say, what they see is what they'll be, and I think it would help for sure.
Very good.
And I just wanted to add on, yes, that we have to hold the parents accountable as well, because a lot of parents, like Doctor said, they make their kids play sports at a young age. And so these kids growing up with these hoop dreams, but the parents, they don't teach their kids about what if they don't become a basketball player. They need to teach the kids that, yes, you can aspire to be this great hooper, but just in case that doesn't work out, you need to have something else lined up. You need to expose them to other career options other than what they see on TV, like being a basketball player, a rapper, a football player. I just wanted to touch on that.
We're living through with COVID-19, the racial reckoning and unrest as it deals with issues around police violence, the political climate. It's just been so many things. So I think the idea of being able to adapt, and is right on time, and act now, right? And be able to shift and change based on the realities, right, of where we are, to be able to, and that's the adapt part of it that I like, because that's what COVID taught us, right? That what we thought, who ever thought we'd be having national conferences and conventions on this Zoom platform? And I'm with you. I wish I had right, adapted early on in Zoom and invested in Zoom. So I think that's part of it too. That in although it's been really a lot of heartbreak, right? But it's also been these ways of thinking and adapting and shifting and changing that I think has been really, really important.
Thank you, Melanie. Any other thoughts?
So just in that same line of thinking, I mean, it's, again, we've basically taken a reboot. We talked about healthcare 2.0. How about life 2.0? Whoever you were in 2019 or prior to February 2020, life is done. We have to be willing to make those decisions and understand that, look, it's not over. Chairman Deutsch, you told everyone that we need to wear a mask. I mean, use some common sense. Act like you got your head on straight. Adapt. If ain't nobody wearing a mask, don't be the only fool not wearing a mask, is what my grandmother would say. And challenge anybody that challenges you to take your mask off, because there's another variant out there called Delta that is slowly gaining steam. We're not done yet. And then if you do all that, maybe by 2022, we can triumph. We can win. The triumph is to live. All these things are about being in the now and using that mother wit, that common sense, that DNA that's allowed us to survive all these years in order to win. If we would do those things, I think those words really define this moment.
Very good.
Yeah.
There.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to add a little bit to what Dr. Griggs and Ms. Campbell were saying. This past year for a lot of people has been a huge change, has been a huge challenge. And I like to say to myself that pressure makes diamonds. And needless to say, there's been a lot of pressure for a lot of people over this past year. And just being able to come out stronger than how you went in is something that I think is invaluable for us to triumph after this. And as Dr. Griggs was saying, hopefully by the end of this pandemic, for all of us to be in a place of success, of love, of health, is just something that I find to be truly amazing. And for us to have come so far and to be so close to that finish line, we just have to make it over.
Very good. Chris, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I did. So Chairman, I think of when I think of the theme, I think that the 100 is actually walking the walk, right? So you think of adapt. So when COVID-19 took place, I think that we adapted and learned how to continue mentoring our youth and adapting into more of a virtual environment. That way they didn't lose the programming, the mentoring that was very valuable that we were giving to them, right? And then I think of, when you say challenge, right? So challenge would be more so of finding additional programming to support youth in a different way in which they've been impacted by the pandemic. So life skills, or how do I sit in front of a computer and actually continue my education, and how do I learn different, right? And then I think of triumph as the end result. You know, we are trying to succeed, and triumph to me is basically where we are right now and trying to continue going, basically.
Great. Well, this has been a great opportunity for us to kind of share thoughts. But before I do my wrap up, let me just ask you, take 1 minute, anything that's on your mind that you want to share, say, or share with the public that we have tuned in. What do you want to share?
I want to share, and I don't know. Tell me if this is not appropriate. I'm just excited about this institute that we are naming in your name at Clark Atlanta University.
Thank you.
W. George Jr. Civic Engagement and Social Justice Institute. I am so thrilled that we'll be anchored there and focus on HBCUs, and really looking forward to that. And what Doc was talking about, I'm down here in Florida, and I just haven't seen anything like it. And I say what you said, wear a mask, it is not over. I almost died from it. COVID is not over. It is not over, but people are walking around like it is over. It's summertime, and people are functioning as if it's not. We want to live, and we can get through it, but we have to just don't listen to some of the things you hear. Wear a mask, right. Wear a mask, wear a mask.
Great point.
So again, she just keeps throwing it by the rim. I got to dunk it to alley-oop, right? So of course, I want to tell everyone to wear a mask, and COVID isn't over. But before that, I want everybody, just if remember nothing else, I know you might be looking at yourself on camera. I want you to smile and take a deep breath and sigh, because all those things, we acted, we've adapted, we've answered the challenge, and we've triumphed because we're here. We're actually here talking right now. People eating that good breakfast. I can smell the bacon. It's low-fat bacon, though, right? Low-fat, right? But smile. We've gotten through it, and we're gonna be even more successful. But we're on the right path. So forgive yourself. I think Melanie brought it up. Everybody has a bad day. Forgive yourself if you had a bad day. Leave that where it was. It's a great day. Smile, and I'm glad you're all here.
1 minute. Any thoughts? Rest of the 18.
So Chairman, I'll just say it's been a pleasure serving under your administration. I certainly love the 100. I love all the programming we do, how we support everyone internally as well too. And certainly looking forward to our convention next year where we hopefully can be back in person and get some of that camaraderie going.
There you go. Well, before I shut it down, any other comments?
I would just like to say thank you to you all as well as to the 100. The short time that I have been with the Fuji 100, I've learned so much. I've been so fortunate to meet with amazing people such as yourselves. But to have an opportunity like this has been amazing. It's been wonderful getting to know you all. And speaking with you.
Very good.
I just want to thank you, Chairman Dorsch, for even inviting me to be on the panel. And also I want to give a shout out to my two mentors, Mr. Chaval and Mr. Stewart. I don't know where I would be without the 100. Like, who knew I could accomplish everything that I have done. And I just owe some credit to the 100 for being there for me and being a pillar of support in my life. I just want to thank you for that.
Well, let me say thank you to each of you for all that you continue to do. You make us proud. You're phenomenal partners. We work together and we got so much work to be done. And we can't say it enough. You must be careful, be focused. If we would just take the time as we deal with COVID-19, it's like fighting the forest fire. They deal when fighting the forest fire, the firefighters try to dig a gap, a way to stop the fire from getting to the other side of the forest. That's what the vaccines, wearing the mask, is to stop the spread. As they stop the spread of the fire, we got to stop this fire, COVID-19. And it's important for those who listen to all of these mythical stories. 575,000 headed up to 600,000 should be enough to tell you that this is a deadly virus. We always thought, well, Ebola and all of those would never come to the U.S. This is more deadly to us than any other virus we've had. And to have people say, I'm waiting to see what's going to happen. I took my vaccine, again, my second vaccine shot came 4 months ago. Every one of my children have had the vaccine. So far, 3 of my grandchildren have had it, and I'm going to get the others to take the vaccine. I've seen too many friends who have died from the vaccine. I've seen those who've suffered, who've been through it. So wear the mask. If the Ku Klux Klan could wear the mask back when they did, we don't want to hear this mess about what a mask does. They wore the mask. We're talking about a mask to save your lives. We're talking about a vaccine, and we want to give a shout out to 2 phenomenal African-American women who led research teams in dealing with the vaccine development. And this didn't just happen in 2 or 3 months. Even though the former president cut off federal funding, research continues. Don't listen to people tell you it just happened. And don't listen to people tell you because you're Black, you won't get it. And the other challenge for us is that our preconditions have come forward to the forefront where more people have been infected. That's why Dr. Griggs and the Health and Wellness Committee and Dr. Alexander and those are working with Healthcare 2.0 to make sure that we take care of our health, because what good is wealth without your health? And the other thing is that there were many successes that we had in 2020 and early 2021. We have a new president. Black people and people of color turned out in record numbers throughout this nation. And in the runoffs in Atlanta and Georgia, we had record turnouts as much as 90% in some precincts to make sure we could have government of the people, by the people, and for the people. This is not a partisan statement. It is about the right to vote. And even though there are those who want to take away those rights and get in the way of our rights, we're going to show them that we are determined. If our brothers and sisters in Africa could spend days in line just to go vote, surely we can take a few hours to dispel this mythical challenge that they put out that we won't be able to vote. So I challenge you. In addition to that, again, the vaccine is there. Let's get the vaccine. In 2020 and 2021, we lost some great giants. We lost, again, Dr. Haley, our first and founding president of the 100 Black Men of America. We lost Mayor David Dinkins, one of the founders of the first chapter, 100 Black Men. We lost Reverend Joseph Lowry, a member of the 100. We lost the great Congressman John Lewis. And in January, we lost, again, one of the phenomenal civil rights leaders that most people knew him from baseball, Hank Aaron. We lost some great men and some great women in Maya Angelou and others. But the work that they did lives on. And so our challenge is to do more, be more, because the legacy left for us, we've got to do more and make a difference. So the 100's going to be there. You've got to be there. And important to every one of us are the young people. We've got to make sure they can grow up and enjoy life like we've been able to do. We've got to be there for the challenges they have. We say in the 100 again, what they see is what they'll be. And the members of the 100 are real men given real time. We have some phenomenal men and chapters making a difference. And I want to say to the chapters, thank you for all the great work you've done and you continue to do, because the work starts at the local level. And we're the sum total as a national organization of all the great work you've done. The 103 chapters that are here and in England and in the Caribbean islands and Turks and Caicos, and as we continue to expand. Thank you, young people. Thank you, parents, for letting us into your lives. But more importantly, we can work this together. We can make a difference. So I want to thank all of you. Thank you for tuning in. The Coca-Cola Company, thank you. You've always been there with us and for us. We can't say enough. And I hope you've enjoyed this conversation. I hope you won't let this conversation end from just your viewing. Take it to your living rooms. Take it to your gatherings around the place. Take it to your cookouts. I don't tell folks I don't do picnics. If you just look up the history of picnics, I don't do those. But again, we must make a difference. Our young people need us. We've come this far by faith and by actions. And it's the actions that we're going to continue to do and take that's going to make a difference. The men of the 100, thank you for tuning in to this session. And again, thank you, Coca-Cola. Be safe, wear those masks, get the vaccine, and working together, we will make a difference and secure the future of our young people and our communities. Our next award goes to the Thomas W. Dortch Jr. Mentee of the Year, which is presented every year to a student who has been, of course, outstanding between the ages of 10 and 23 and has demonstrated the following. 1, a year-long commitment to the mentoring relationship of the chapter program. 2, has been a minimum grade point, maintain a minimum grade point average of 2.5. Also has had positive changes in behavior, in attitude, and of course, academic programs of the institution or the school where he grows, where it's grown. Next, and last but certainly not least, uplifting and empowerment of self, family, community, friends, peers, and of course, through civic and community engagement has worked to make a difference in the lives of so many. I am so proud this year to present the 2021 Mentee of the Year, Jacoby Hinton. This young man is phenomenal. Let me just read to you some of the things this young man has accomplished in his short lifetime. He has been an active mentee in the 100 Black Men of South Metro Atlanta chapter. He, and he's been there for 4 years. He has been accepted to numerous colleges and has been awarded over $425,000 in scholarships. He has committed to go to the Savannah College of Arts and Design and will begin studying animation this fall at the Institute. In addition to that, during his short career, this young man has been working with some of the best in the business, from Will Packer, of course, Jada Pinkett Smith, and Tyler Perry. He has been mentored by them in the industry area. He, of course, was accepted into the STEM program at Rex Mill Middle School and went on to magnet school program at Mindy Mill High School. But when you look at his body of work today, we know there's so much more that's going to come. He served on the varsity golf team at his high school, and of course, where they, of course, won championship titles. But the other important thing to note about this young mentee of the year is that he had the highest SAT score in his high school for the 2021 academic year. Join me in congratulating again Jacoby for his great body of work, his commitment in uplifting others, and again for being our 2021 honoree for the Mentee of the Year. Watch this video and hear a little bit more from this great young man.
Before I was a mentee of 100 Black men in South Metro Atlanta, I was afraid to let myself be great. I would hide in the background to reduce attention from myself. With their encouragement and support, I've grown to let my little light shine, and hopefully it remains bright enough to fly away for someone else. I'd like to thank the 100 for guiding me and pushing me to not be afraid to put myself in the spotlight and showing me that I too can be a leader. Now, I couldn't accept this award without thanking my mom, who's been there with me through thick and thin. I know it wasn't easy raising 3 boys, but look where we are now. Jalen's in the military, I'm going off to school, and Josiah is excelling and maturing because of the examples and expectations that we've set. It's a privilege and with great honor that I accept the 100 Black Men of America Mentee of the Year Award. Thank you.
When you think of an airline, you think of the big things. But our days are built around what's small, too. And for the last year, we've all been dealing with the biggest thing yet. A virus we can't even see. So as you return to the world, we're making sure you do so safely. Bringing you where you want to go, and vaccines where they need to be. Doing little things like wearing masks to keep you healthy. And larger ones, like putting people before profit. In ways big and small, the world has changed, but our commitment to getting you safely out in it, that never will.
Hello, my name is Patrick Lyons. I'm a member of the Triangle East chapter and also a registered yoga teacher. Today we're going to do a short sequence that will include some pranayama breathing, some stretching, and a little bit of meditation at the end. But before we begin, just want to talk about the benefits of yoga. First of all, it can help reduce your stress and anxiety. It can also help increase your strength and flexibility. And lastly, it can help increase your overall health and well-being if you do it on a consistent basis. I would recommend trying to do it at least 3 times a week for about 3 weeks to see some of the benefits. So we're going to start off with a breathing exercise called Shikari Pranayama breathing. This is a breathing technique that can help cool your body. It can also help relax your stress and anxiety. So I'm going to demonstrate it first and then we'll do it together. So with this technique, you will breathe in your mouth and out of your nose, and it's going to sound like this. So you make a hissing sound. So let's do this together. Come to a comfortable seated position, head, neck, and shoulders in a straight line. You can close your eyes during this breathing exercise if you want further relaxation. Relax your body, relax your mind. Sit up straight. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. One more. Inhale. Exhale. You can open your eyes if you close them for the breathing exercise. We're going to get started with a gentle twist. Place your right hand on your left knee, your left hand at the base of your spine. Inhale, lengthen your spine, sit up straight. Exhale, twist to the left, looking over your left shoulder. Inhale, lengthen your spine. Exhale, twist. To go a little deeper, you can walk that left hand closer to the right side of your body. Last one, inhale, lengthen your spine. Exhale, twist, going as far as you can. Gently release. Come back to center, switching sides. Place your left hand on your right knee, your right hand at the base of your spine. Inhale, lengthen. Exhale, twist to the right, looking over your right shoulder. Inhale, lengthen. Exhale, twist. Going a little deeper, walking that right hand closer to the left side of your body. Last one, inhale, lengthen your spine. Exhale, twist, going as far as you can. And gently release. Coming back to center. We're going to go into a tabletop position. For tabletop, your wrists are below your shoulders, your knees are below your hips. We're going to do some cat and cows here to wake up that spine. Inhale, arch your spine, bring your chin to your chest. Exhale, lower all the way down for cow. Inhale, arch your spine, bring your chin to your chest. Exhale, lower all the way down. Take your time. Inhale, arch your spine. Exhale, lower all the way down for cow. We're going to do one more. Inhale, arch your spine. Exhale, lower all the way down. Lift up your chin. Come back to a neutral spine. Extend your right leg behind you. Leg should be parallel to the floor. Back to center. Extend your left leg back behind you. Back to center. Extend your right arm in front of you. Back to center. Extend your left arm. Back to center. Extend your right arm and your left leg. Engage your abs here. Back to center. Switch left arm, right leg. Back to center. Switch. Back to center. Switch. Back to center. Switch. Back to center. Switch. Back to center. One more. Switch and hold for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Back to center. Last side. Switch and hold for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Come back to center. Take a couple of breaths here to reconnect with your breath. So inhales in your nose. So exhales out of your nose. We're going to do some reverse leg raises here. Extend your right leg back. Bend your knee. Inhale, lift your knee up. Exhale, lower back down parallel to the floor. Inhale, up. Exhale, down. That's 2. Up. 3. Up. 4. Up for 5. And we're going to pulse here for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Release. Switching sides. Extend your left leg back. Bend your knee. Inhale, lift. Exhale, lower. Up. Down, that's 2. Up. Down is 3, up, down 4, up for 5, and we're going to pulse here for 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. Release. Sit back on your heels, extend your fingertips in front of you for child's pose. Just slow inhales and slow exhales. Relax your forehead on the floor. Keep your elbows lifted. Slow inhales in your nose. Slow exhales out of your nose. Press your palms into the mat, tuck your toes under, and press back into downward facing dog. Just gonna walk our heels out left and right, opening up those calves. The goal of down dog is to be able to get your heels to the floor, but if you're not there, that's okay. Just go where you can go. Bring your left foot to the center of your body. Lift up your right leg for three-legged down dog. Bend your knee, open your hip. Feel that stretch down the right side of your body. Come back to center. Bring your right knee to your right wrist. Extend your left leg behind you for pigeon. Just relax here. Connect with your breath. Feel the stretch in your right hip flexor and hamstring. Slow inhales in your nose, slow exhales out of your nose. Walk your hands back towards your body. Tuck your left toes under and press back into three-legged down dog, stretching out that right leg. And lower it down to the floor, to the center of your body. Inhale, lift up your left leg for three-legged down dog. Bend your knee, open your hip. Feel the stretch down on the left side of your body. Come back to center. Bring your left knee to your left wrist. Extend your right leg behind you for pigeon. Feel the stretch in your left hip flexor and hamstring. Walk your hands back towards your body. Tuck your right toes under. Press back into three-legged down dog, stretching out that left leg. Coming back to down dog. Walking out your heels left and right here. Come back down to a tabletop position. Wrists below your shoulders, knees below your hips. We're going to do thread the needle. Inhale your right arm up. Exhale, thread your right arm under your left shoulder, palm facing up. Relax your head on the floor. Extend your left hand towards the top of your body. If you want to go deeper, you can walk your left hand towards the right side of your body. Feel a deeper stretch in your shoulders here. Slowly come back up, back to tabletop. Switch sides. Inhale your left arm up. Exhale, thread your left arm under your right shoulder. Extend your right arm towards the top of your body. Slow inhales and slow exhales. Slowly coming back up to tabletop. Sit back on your toes for toe stand. This is a good stretch for your toes if you do a lot of walking or a lot of running, just to relax those feet muscles. Extend your feet in front of you. Sit up straight for staff pose. We're going to prepare for a forward fold. Inhale your arms over your head. Exhale, fold forward. Reach for your feet. If you can't reach for your feet, you can reach for your ankles or your shin. But just go where your body will let you go. So we're going to do some inhales and exhales together. Inhale, lengthen your spine. Exhale, pull. Pulling is an object of stretching. Inhale, lengthen your spine. Exhale, pull, trying to go a little deeper than the last one. Last one, inhale, lengthen your spine. Exhale, pull, trying to go as far as you can. The goal is to try to get your forehead towards your knees. And gently release. Lay back on your back. Keep your eyes open. Palm facing up. Bring your knees towards your body. Bend up your knees. Reach for opposite wrists or opposite forearms. Just rock from side to side. Giving your low back a massage here. Come back to center. Lower both knees to the left side. Place your left hand on top of your right knee. Inhale your right arm up. Exhale, twist to the right, gazing towards your right fingertips. Slow inhales in your nose. Slow exhales out of your nose. Just enjoy the stretch. Come back to center. Lower both knees to the right side. Placing your right hand on top of your left knee. Inhale your left arm up. Exhale, twist to the left, gazing at your left fingertips. Slow inhales and slow exhales. Just relax your body here. Come back to center. Bring your knees back towards your chest again. This time, rock up and down. Giving your spine a massage here. And release your legs for your final Shavasana here. Close your eyes, palms facing up. Relax your body, relax your mind. Slow inhales in your nose. Slow exhales out of your nose. As you inhale and exhale, let go of all that still air in your body. Feel your body getting more relaxed with each exhale. Let's take just a moment here to inhale. As you inhale, think of positive thoughts, positive memories, positive energy. As you exhale, let go of all the negativity or the things that cause you harm and pain. Let's do this for a couple of breaths here. As you continue to fill your body with positive energy, positive thoughts. You have less space for negativity. We need to take more moments like this to show gratitude to our bodies. We need to be grateful for our Creator, who's given us so much, grateful for our families, grateful for ourselves. Remember, you are strong, you are healthy, you're grateful. You're grateful for the small blessings and the big blessings. You're grateful for this very moment. Remember, when we have gratitude, it's enough. We don't need anything else. We don't have to compare ourselves to anybody else because we have all that we need. I'm grateful for each of you. Thank you for sharing your practice with me. Namaste.
Welcome to day 2 of the virtual 35th anniversary conference of the 100 Black Men of America Incorporated. Now, for those of you...
Hello, Black America, and people who pay attention to what Black folks are doing.
Welcome to day 2 of the virtual 35th anniversary conference of the 100 Black Men of America Incorporated. Now, for those of you who joined us... Sense Youth Investment Competition. Now, the goal is to address and help eradicate financial illiteracy among youth of color. Now, today, we will view finalists of this hands-on financial literacy program apply what they've learned. Now, throughout this competition, students are participating for more than a title or a trophy or even bragging rights. And thanks to State Farm, students have an opportunity to earn scholarship money right now. We have a very special message from State Farm, followed by the 2021 Dollars and Cents Youth Investment Competition.
On behalf of State Farm, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you to the finals of the 100 Black Men of America Youth Competitions. My name is Troy Aaron, and I'm a Leadership Enterprise Development Associate here at State Farm. I want to give special thanks to the 100 Black Men of America for providing cutting-edge programs that keep mentors and youth engaged. State Farm has long been committed to helping build safer and stronger communities. The 100 Youth Competition consists of the African American History Challenge and the Dollars and Cents Youth Investment Competition, and State Farm has been proud to sponsor both since 2004. We realize that in order for our youth to be successful, they need to be aware of the numerous contributions that African Americans have made in the history of this great country, and that in the very near future, as you all make your own contributions, you will need to be money-wise and leave a legacy for generations to come. We hope what you see from State Farm is a company who invests in young people, who cares about the communities where we live and work, but more importantly, who is there when you need us most. I would like to wish all the teams the very best of luck. You have already made us so proud, and you all are winners for investing in your own dreams. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our annual Dollars and Cent Investment Competition. It is my pleasure to stand before you. I am Nathaniel Halderbrook, the chairperson of the Dollars and Cents Competition and Youth Program. This year, ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a treat. We have students that will be competing once again for the top prize of scholarship dollars to attend the college or university of their choice. This year, the Dollars and Cents Competition, just to give you a brief overview of what this competition is all about and what the program is all about, it is designed to help our youth become better financial managers, to learn financial principles, to be better with money. And of course, many of us probably would wish that we could go back and have the principles that these young people have learned over an 8 to 12 week process. But this is all about financial literacy. And ladies and gentlemen, you are in for a treat when you see the level of smart, intellectual, financially savvy students that will compete this year. What this competition is designed to do is help them, as I mentioned earlier, to apply financial principles to a scenario that has been drafted and given to them, sort of like a problem that is posed to the students, and they've got to come up with the answer or the solution. This year's scenario involved a young lady by the name of Kim Sabine, who resides in Beaumont, Texas. And I can hear the Texans right now yelling and screaming in the background. But this year's competition again involves Kim, who graduated from high school in May of 2014 with a grade point average of 3.6. While attending Sabine Pass High School there in Beaumont. She was an excellent tennis player. So good that she is known throughout Texas as one of the best tennis players in high school during her high school career. She decided after high school that she wanted to go to college, and believe it or not, being such an excellent tennis player, she got a scholarship to the University of Texas at Austin, where she was recognized as one of the top tennis players in all of Texas and throughout the United States. She obtained her degree in business in 2016 from the University of Texas, but to everyone's surprise, although everybody knew that she loved cooking, she went and got her degree in culinary arts from August Escoffier School of Culinary Arts in 2018. After that, Kim returned to her hometown of Beaumont in June of 2018, where she became the top chef at Beaumont Hospital, earning about $73,000 per year. But her heart was in cooking. She just loved to cook. And so she said, look, I am going to start my own restaurant, and it's going to be called the Red Tomato. She started her business, and at the end of 2019, beginning of 2020, she started her business. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen, a few months later, the pandemic hit. But before the pandemic hit, she had already earned or started earning about $15,000 per month. That's how well, how tasty her victuals were to the people in the Beaumont area. Pandemic hits, and her business, like all small businesses and even medium-sized businesses, took a hit. Restaurants closed. She had to close her doors, but she wanted to keep her employees and do takeout. She also had a catering business, of course, that suffered as well. But she continued to thrive. Revenue went down. She was able to keep afloat using her savings, and with the help of her parents, she was able to keep the business going, not realizing that the pandemic was going to last about 15 months. The question that each of the students competing in this competition this year are facing is, how can we help Kim structure her finances to keep the business afloat, to keep her business, the restaurant and her catering business, going? And ladies and gentlemen, that is the scenario. That is the issue that each of the teams this year, and there's going to be other information that they give you. I'm just trying to give you a quick overview of what's going on with Kim and what the students have to, the problem that they have to solve. That is this year's competition.
Good afternoon. I'm Mark Jackson II, and I will be your MC on today. It is my pleasure to welcome you to the 2021 Virtual Dollars and Cents Youth Investment Competition and the Brace B. Godfrey Jr. African American History Challenge Youth Competition, sponsored by our friends at State Farm. The 100 Black Men of America Inc.'s goal for the 2021 Virtual Dollars and Cents Youth Competition is to help students grades 9 through 12 understand basic savings and investment principles, and to encourage them to make healthy decisions about their financial future. The curriculum chosen for the program was my own book, Read Me or Stay Broke, which is a step-by-step guide to helping you restore your financial health, including guidance with money management, credit ratings and repair, investing basics, and financial planning. The Brace B. Godfrey Jr. African American History Challenge Youth Competition was established as an innovative, relevant, and exciting way for mentees to learn about the trials and triumphs of their ancestors. Knowledge is indeed power. Today, we have brought forth the virtual championship competitions for your viewing pleasure. Now we will have the invocation by Jacoby Hinton, the 2021 Mentee of the Year, followed by remarks from the Chairman of the Board, Thomas W. Dortch Jr.
Good afternoon. My name is Jacoby Hinton of 100 Black Men of South Metro Atlanta, and I'll begin the competitions by giving the invocation. In recent times, we faced numerous challenges, testing our resilience and our sense of community. It would be remiss not to acknowledge the effects of COVID-19. It would be negligent to act as if all lives matter when Black lives still don't. People of color are still fighting for acknowledgement, acceptance, and equality. I look in the mirror every day at my Black life, and it matters. My fellow rites of passage brothers' lives matter. I know we're made in God's image, and He rises to every occasion, every time. As we adjust to our new conditions for most of us, as we're called to take part, and as we strive for victory, I invite you to take action, to do something. Now is the time for us to act. Adapt, challenge, and triumph is the charge. With God's grace, mercy, and protection, we shall. Amen.
It's my pleasure to welcome each of you to our annual State Farm Dollars and Cents Youth Investment Competition. I can tell you every year I get so excited about this competition and the other competitions we have for our young people. But this competition has been sponsored by State Farm since its inception, which exceeds more than 15 years. These young men and women come to the competition. I tell you, I need them as my financial advisors in all of my businesses. They have been phenomenal, and State Farm has been committed to us over the years and to these young people. So you don't want to miss a moment of this competition. Let's simply say, buckle your seatbelts, get ready, get focused, because what you're about to see and hear will probably help you in your own business or your future business. Thank you, State Farm, for being a partner with the 100 Black Men of America. And thank you for your investment in the future of our financial systems by investing in the Dollars and Cents competition for the 100 Black Men of America.
I'm back once again. The teams that will be competing this year are 100 Black Men of Madison, the 100 Black Men of Greater Charlotte, and the 100 Black Men of South Metro Atlanta. Competing first will be the team from Madison. The team that will be competing for Madison consists of 3 students. The first student is Jaquan Yeager, who's a 10th grader at Lafayette High School, and he's involved with the school musical, science Olympiad, track and field, and the people program. Jaquan's goal is to attend a 4-year university and major in physics. Ladies and gentlemen, Jaquan Yeager. His teammate this year is Lanita Jennings, and she's 11th grader at the same high school, and she's involved with Avid Top's Black Student Union, Youth Leadership for Change. Her goal is to attend college and discover her passion. Again, Lanita Jenkins. The alternate that will be serving on this team is Joy Amasuji. She's an 11th grader at Sun Prairie High School, and she's involved with the Black Student Union on the math team, debate team, and student government. Joy's goal is to attend college and graduate with honors. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the team from Madison. Let me also mention to everyone that although there are 3 students on this team, as well as 1 or 2 of the other teams, there are only 2 students that will be competing in the competition. The alternate will not be answering any questions, so that you won't be sitting there wondering, why are only 2 students answering questions and making the presentation? Well, only 2 can compete, but each team can also have an alternate. But that alternate is allowed to compete next year. So an alternate really gets an opportunity to see and observe what the competition is all about and be prepared for next year's competition. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let's welcome 100 Black Men of Madison team.
My name is Jaquan Yeager, and I am a sophomore at La Follette High School.
My name is Lanita Jennings, and I'm a junior at La Follette High School, and we are presenting the case study of Kim Riley. Kim was born in London, and her family moved to the U.S. when she was 2 years old because her father was stationed at Fort Sam Houston. She graduated from Sabine Pass High School in May 2014 with a 3.6 GPA. She earned a tennis scholarship to the University of Texas at Austin, and she obtained her Bachelor of Science degree in business in 2016. But since Kim graduated from high school in May of 2014, she could not have had an illustrious tennis career from 2012 to 2016 and could not also obtain her BS in the 4 years.
Some assumptions we are going to make are that taxes haven't been taken out of her income. Taxes are included in expenses. She has $7,500 cash in hand as of January 1st, 2021 to better fit with the timeline. The Red Tomato is a small business, and it is important the Red Tomato is a small business because of all the funding that we applied for through the Small Business Association. She has a business checking account. Her parents are financially stable. It is important that her parents are financially stable so that as a long-term goal, and I made a mistake. It is important that her parents are financially stable so that we can have it as a long-term goal so that Kim doesn't have to pay them back right away. Kim has an above-average credit score, and we assumed that because she was able to purchase a home at a young age. She owns her own vehicle, and we assumed that because there was a monthly car payment listed, but there was a monthly gas payment listed, but there was no monthly car payment listed. And she has a federally backed mortgage, which is important because we applied for multiple loans that she could only qualify for with the mortgage relief program that we are putting her in. And we will talk about repaying the mortgages up to at a later date.
Kim's short-term goals are to keep the Red Tomato open, maintain her 3 employees and their salaries, and to keep her new home. Her midterm goal is to increase business revenue to 50% of her pre-COVID-19 income by June 2021. And her long-term goals are to increase business revenue up to 75% of her pre-COVID-19 income by August 2021, and to pay back the money loaned by her parents.
Income and expenses. $6,000 per month gross from the Red Tomato, and $8,600 is expenses for the Red Tomato. And Kim's personal expenses are $1,675 per month, according to the scenario. However, we recalculated and found that Kim's personal expenses were $1,575 per month, which was different from the scenario, which had a total of $1,675 per month.
Kim's expenses after changes. The only thing that changed for her business was we cut her miscellaneous altogether, which gave her a total savings of $300. For her personal, her mortgage, taxes, and insurance is cut for the CARES Act. Her utilities were decreased by $25. Her phone plan was AT&T, which is now Consumer Cellular because it is cheaper. Her personal care items were reduced by $100. We cut out her entertainment completely, and her gas was reduced by $50, which gave her a total savings of $1,275.
Detailed solution plan for personal expenses, mortgage, taxes, and insurance. Previously, we mentioned that Kim has a federally backed mortgage. This enables us to use the CARES Act, which allows us to not pay mortgage for 6 months and defer all those payments to discuss at the end of those 6 months. Her phone plan is Consumer Cellular for $100 cheaper than AT&T for a total of $25 a month. We've reduced expenses from $150 to $50 per month for personal care items. And the utilities, the CARES Act has an energy assistance fund in which Kim qualifies for a $25 reduction to her monthly utilities bill. And for gas, we've reduced expenses from $150 a month to $100 a month.
Her entertainment was reduced from $150 to $0. From the cash on hand, she split into $3,000 in business savings, $1,300 in personal savings, and $1,500 in her personal checking account, which gave her savings a total of $3,300. For the retirement plan, she now has $1,100 from cash on hand, and she can now contribute up to $6,000 a year post-tax deduction.
Detailed solution plan for business expenses. Her rent, employees, salaries, and food supplies, we have made no changes to. Miscellaneous originally had $300 in it as a part of the budget, but we've cut miscellaneous expenses and they will be put towards more needed business expenses. And we've opted for free advertising via social media. Her business checking account has $600 from cash on hand, and her business savings account has $3,000 from cash on hand. Detailed solution plan even continued. Part of the COVID-19 disaster relief plan is that we will apply for an RRF through the SBA with a loan amount of $108,000 to cover revenue lost to COVID-19. We will also apply for a PPP loan for $57,600 to maintain employees, which will be paid back over the course of 30 years. And we've applied for an EIDL to receive $1,000 per employee, which does not have to be repaid.
For her, the plans for her goals, for her short-term goals, the plan is to use the RRF and the EIDL funding from the SBA to keep the Red Tomato open. And she plans to use the PPP funding from the SBA to maintain employee salaries and to take advantage of the CARES Act mortgage relief to lower personal monthly expenses until business revenue increases. And to start paying her parents back once she has adequate personal and business savings and businesses back flowing.
Supplemental resources. These are resources we found and used during our research for citation purposes. Thank you.
Great presentation. My name is LaShawn Knight, and now we will go into questions with the judges. Yeah, you guys did a really good job. The first question I'm going to ask is that in the book, Read Me or Stay Broke, Josh learned about passive income. What is passive income? And give 3 examples of passive income.
Passive income is money earned without the owner needing to be present or do any action, and forms examples of passive income would be stocks, bonds, or mutual funds.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, great presentation. My name is Luis Purnell, and question number 2 is paper assets include stocks, bonds, government securities, and mutual funds. There are 2 important parts of investing in paper assets. One is risk. Name the other one and define both.
Risk is how likely something is, and reward is how great of an impact it has.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Roderick Harvey, and my question is, what is a bond?
A bond is a form of passive income.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Gilberto Herrera, and again, I echo the sentiments of my colleagues. You guys did an amazing presentation. Kudos to you. My question is, what does it mean to diversify your investments?
Can you repeat the question?
Absolutely. What does it mean to diversify your investments?
What it means to diversify your investments is to have multiple of many different kinds of incomes.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. In the book, Professor Ewell told Josh, small money comes fast. Big money is grown slow and lasts. Explain the point Professor Ewell was making as he shared this quote with Josh.
Professor Ewell was saying that
Professor Ewell was trying to explain to Josh in a simple manner that a small amount of money does not take a lot of time to earn or to come, and a large amount of money takes a long time to earn or income.
Thank you. This concludes the questions from the judges.
and you may now exit the Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
What did I tell you? Were these not outstanding presentations? My goodness. Jaquan, Lanita, great job. Ladies and gentlemen, give them another round of applause. Thank you, Madison, great job. The next team that will be competing this year is the Greater Charlotte team. There are only 2 students on this team. Nicholas Madden, who's an 11th grader at Weddington High School, who's devoted his lifelong career to the school basketball team. Nicholas' goal is to graduate early from high school and to pursue a dream of becoming a professional pilot. Please come and pick me up. I have a lot of places to go, Nicholas, and I could use the way to get there quickly. His teammate, James Dunham Jr., is a 10th grader at Butter High School, and he's involved with various 100 Black Men of America programs and is a member of the Biomedical Health and Science program. James's goal is to become a professional athlete, physician, or to have a career in sports medicine. He also plans to attend North Carolina A&T or UNC Charlotte for college. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the 2 students who will be competing for Greater Charlotte, Nicholas and James. Give them a round of applause.
I'm Nicholas Martin. We are Charlotte 100 Financial Plan, helping you, Kim Riley. First, we'll just start off by looking at a picture from your Texas tennis days where you used to play tennis at. And a brief biography we see of you is that you were born in London. You were raised in Texas. Graduated from Sabine Pass High School in Texas as well. Was one of the top tennis players in the state. You were a star athlete for the University of Texas women's tennis team, one of their best players for 4 years straight. You obtained a Bachelor of Science degree in business in 2016, but your love is cooking. You also obtained an AAS degree in culinary arts in 2018, and you worked as a top chef of Beaumont Hospital and earned around $73,000 a year. You also have a catering business on the side, and you also opened the Red Tomato restaurant alongside your catering business in 2019. All right, so some problems we found, with your finances. We found that due to COVID-19, your monthly income fell from $15,000 to $6,000. Meanwhile, your personal expenses stayed relatively consistent and stand at around $10,275. We see that you've been staying afloat by using your savings and your cash on hand, and that despite advice from your friends, you want to keep your restaurant. We also see that you've had a little bit of a hard time affording your employees, and you'd like to keep them without laying them off. And we also see that you'd like to keep your home and not have to sell it. So we put together some plans for our short-term plan. We think you should apply for the Paycheck Protection Program loan. It's a forgivable U.S. government loan that is available to small businesses. And we also think you should look to cut back on some of your personal expenses. As far as the medium term, I'd like to just piggyback off of that. Kim, this is your medium term from within 6 to 12 months, and you should then take out the second draw of the PPP loan, which will fund at least 3 times monthly payroll, and under proper precautions, open the restaurant following the Texas state government reopening plan. Along with that, I feel the long-term plan should be consider opening in new locations such as Houston and Austin, Texas, other major Texas or Louisiana markets. Look at refinancing your home at like a lower type of interest rate and save on your monthly mortgage payments.
All right, so a little bit more on your short-term plan. As for applying for the PPP loan, we found that you qualify because you've been in operation since February 2020 and you have less than 500 employees. Paycheck Protection Program loans are calculated on 2.5 monthly payroll costs in the first draw. Your current payroll is $4,800, so at 2.5 times that, you would receive $12,000 a month. In addition to the $6,000 a month you already are getting from restaurant income, your total monthly income would come out to $18,000 after the first draw of the PPP loan. We also think that you should cut on at least 1/3 of your personal expenses. And I think that should mostly come from, like, you know, personal care, entertainment, and gas, though we feel that that would be the easiest to cut.
Follow that up on your medium-term plan. The second draw, with the second draw of the PPP loan, following the 3-month monthly payroll, you should then use the forgivable U.S. government for the red tomato. This will pay you at least $14,400 each month. And for the reopening plan, you should follow all the proper CDC guidelines and protocols, as I stated. And the state of Texas was one of the first states to fully reopen to the restaurant. So be sure to look into that and take the opportunity and advance to reopen in Beaumont. And also, you should get around, while you reopen, you should get around at least 75% back of your previous monthly income. That'll be around $11,250. With this income, you could then begin building back on your savings that you would end out. And from your monthly income, that was around $11,250, along with or adding on the PPP loan, which will be around $14,400. And all of that with your personal expenses and business expenses, you'll have around $15,020 or $525. For your long-term plan, for your expansion in the larger and major cities, you should look at expanding into other markets and use the additional PPP dollars, as I said, to rent other properties. Consider making Austin your new headquarters to stay in while still keeping the Beaumont location up and running. For your refinance plan, work with businesses or the bank to refinance her house that she had. You could also reduce your loan percentage from 3.5% in 2019, I believe, to 2.3% in 2021. Also, on your $150,000 loan for 30 years, this could reduce your monthly payments from $674 to $583. While using these savings of $91 per month, this can help with financing everything, investing into your business, and will help reduce more reliance of you having to rely on your parents. Within the Austin location, saving the money from your 80% of earnings for 5 months from August to December, you will then have $455. With that being said, you save $12,000 per month, which will give you $60,000, along with your $91 per month, which will average out to give you $60,455.
All right, so in all, what we think you should do is that first you should apply for the PPP loan so you can protect your savings. You should reduce your personal expenses alongside the PPP loan so you can put it back, so you can put that money back into your business and build back your net worth from what you lost over COVID-19. We think you should take a second draw PPP loan so you can have more money to keep putting back into your business. We think you should reopen and take advantage of Texas's more, relaxed reopening. We think that that will be a major boost to your earnings and also help you build back what you lost over COVID. And we think you should expand to larger cities. We think you should start with Austin, Texas, because we feel that you would probably know the area since you went to school there and you would be very familiar with the area. And we think you should finally invest in your personal real estate by refinancing your home at a lower interest rate. So, you're just paying less.
Since you played tennis at your Texas tennis days back then, here's a quote from Serena. You got to believe in yourself when no one else does. And we are Charlotte 100 Financial Planning.
And we're helping you secure a sound financial future.
Great presentation. My name is LaShawn Knight, and now we will go into questions with the judges. First question. In the book, Read Me or Stay Broke, Josh learned about passive income. What is passive income, and give 3 examples of passive income?
Passive income is, money that it's assets that you have that, make money without you having to put in a time commitment. And I think one example of passive income would be, stocks. Another would be real estate. And one more I'd say would be, I'd say probably dividends from certain stocks would be another one.
Okay, thank you.
Great presentation. My name is Luis Purnell, and question number 2 is paper assets include stocks, bonds, government securities, and mutual funds. There are 2 important parts of investing in paper assets. One is risk. Name the other one and define both.
The other aspect of investing in paper assets would be reward. Risk is the immediate monetary or assets that you put into the immediate money that you would put into that paper assets. And the reward is how it grows for when if you sell it or do anything else with it, that reward is what you get out of having that paper asset if it grows.
Thank you.
Great presentation. My name is Roderick Harvey. And question number 3, what is a bond?
A bond is kind of like a IOU. You can get them from multiple places. Sometimes companies will send them out because they're asking for money. So it's you give them that money and they have a fixed date where they will pay you that back. And also the US government is another big source of bonds where they do that also. So it's basically you give out money and you have a fixed return date and return percentage.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, you 2 have a great future ahead of you. I just want to say that, and I'm sure my colleagues share the same sentiments. My question to you all is, what does it mean to diversify your investments?
To diversify your assets means to, basically when you have your portfolio, you want to have it put into, many types of things. And that can mean multiple things. That can mean different types of paper assets such as stocks and bonds. But even within things like stocks, you could invest in different sectors such as consumer staples or technology and things like that. Basically diversifying means that you're just involved in a lot of things so that you don't have all your eggs in one basket. So if one thing is failing or not doing so well, you have those other things that are still doing either relatively well or doing well to, like, you know, prop up your portfolio so it reduces the loss.
Thank you.
Awesome job. I'm Kenyatta Campbell, and this will be the fifth and final question. In the book, Professor Ewell told Josh, small money comes fast. Big money is grown slow and lasts. Explain the point Professor Ewell was making as he shared this quote with Josh.
The point he was making is that, you know, small money, it's going to, like, basically it's going to pay you once. It's not going to, like, you know, keep generating itself. And big money, it's more things like, you know, real estate, stocks, bonds, where you can, you know, keep putting into it and it's going to keep making you money. Unlike, you know, one like specific, like, let's say you did like one specific job and that was it, like like you were a contractor and you did one job, that's going to pay you once. But with like investments like stocks, bonds, and real estate, that's going to pay you multiple times as long as you, like, you know, keep up with the market and stuff like that. And that's why they're big money.
All right, thank you. This concludes the questions from the judges, and you may now exit the Zoom.
You guys have a great day.
Does it get any better than this, ladies and gentlemen? Nicholas and James, excellent job. If only I knew about money when I was their age, I might have a pocket full right now. Ladies and gentlemen, Greater Charlotte. The next team that will be competing today, 100 Black Men of South Metro Atlanta. Georgia is in the house. The team consists of Xavier McDaniel, who's a 12th grader at Dutchtown High School. His goal is to become a mechanical engineer in the field of aviation. Here we go with the planes again. Please, someone send the jet to pick me up. His teammate is Christopher Stubbs Jr., 11th grade at East Coweta High School, who is involved in football and the track team. Christopher's goal is to get into the mechanical engineering field. Wow. This is the level of students that are competing this year, ladies and gentlemen. Their alternate is Samuel McDaniel, a 10th grade at Dutchtown High School, and he's involved with the band. I remember that from my high school days. I played in the band as well as football. Samuel's goal is to become a successful engineer. All these engineers in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, South Metro Atlanta. Xavier, Christopher, please take the stage and impress us with your financial literacy and knowledge of financial principles.
Good afternoon, Ms. Riley. I'm Shavoya McDaniel.
CJ Stubbs.
And we're here with Renaissance Financial Advisors, LLC, here to help you develop your financial plan. First off, I would like to say that you're an outstanding young lady, a top tennis player in the state of Texas, and based off of your description, I can tell that you're a hardworking person. I understand the circumstances you're under right now with the COVID-19 pandemic affecting your business. But don't worry, just like you, our business has been affected as well. But we had came up with a strategy on how to survive this pandemic. And that's why we want to help you achieve your short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals. We have worked with many restaurants in the past to help them maintain their status. And we know that you want to keep the Red Tomato open, maintain your 3 employees, and finally, keep your new home. Just remember, don't stop here because we're going to help you strive for success. Here at Renaissance Financial Advisors, we would like to focus on the client's financial needs, help them achieve financial independence, and finally, we want to address their short-term, mid-term, and long-term goals. Because here at Renaissance Financial Advisors, LLC, we believe in investing today for financial freedom tomorrow. Okay, Ms. Riley, the goal is to attain enough money to achieve all your goals. First, you want to keep your new home, maintain your 3 employees, and grow your business. But we're not going to stop there because we want our client to leave with financial freedom. Once we accomplish those 4 goals, it'll be mission accomplished. So for your short-term goal, is to maintain your business at home. We do this by applying for a PPP loan, which is 100% forgiveness if used for eligible expenses and payroll. And we'll talk about this later, but we had came up with a strategy on how to increase your revenue to maintain your home. Next, your midterm goals. We want you to grow your business. Utilize the resources to attain military contracts, expand your food catering business, and use your influencer brand to advertise on social media and crowdfunding. And finally, your long-term goal, achieving financial freedom. We do this by applying for retirement plans such as Roth IRA and 401k plan. And by then, you'll have paid off your home. Now that I went over the overview of your financial plan, I pass it to my partner, CJ Stubbs, to go over the finances.
Thank you, Shavoy, for going the plans and goals for Ms. Raleigh. My name is CJ Stubbs, and I'm here to help you with your financial goals. First, here looking at your budget, you have a monthly expense of over $10,000, but we believe we can save $170 by cutting down your cell phone bill and also your entertainment bill. Next, short term, we want to help you maintain your home and your business. First, we want to help you apply for the PPP loan, which is based off your annualized income of $180,000, but it is capped at $100,000. Next, we want to help you raise money through crowdfunding through the brand that you have greatly created. We believe you can raise $200,000 through crowdfunding. Now, looking at your income for 3 months through the Red Tomato, the PPP loan, and crowdfunding, your projected income for 3 months will be $516,000. Minus your expenses, your projected disposable income will be $520,000. Next, looking at your midterm goals, we want to help you grow your business. Looking at your military contracts, we want to help you get connections through the military through military contracts. Next, get a loan through a woman business enterprise. After that, expand your catering business through social networking, Uber Eats, Slutty, and learn from our model, the Slutty Vegan, and go through their model. And next, social events. We want to help you through social events by getting a food truck and also getting extra employees. Now, looking at your income for 2 years, your income for 2 years will be $928,000 minus your expenses. Your projected disposable income for 2 years will be $590,000. Now, long-term goals. We want to help you financial freedom. We want to help you establish a line of credit through Wells Fargo, pay back your parents' estimated $50,000. And through the book, Read Me Stay Broke, it advises us to pay down your debt so we can help you pay off your home. Now, looking at setup, we want to help you set up retirement accounts, Roth IRA, and 401k plans. And looking at your disposable income for year 3 at $566,000. Minus your expenses from your mortgage, loan for parents, and 401k. Your total for your savings retirement will be $442,000. Now, looking at your total for your savings retirement, we want to use $200,000 into emergency money just in case you need it. And we'll put that into short-term corporate bonds, 2 to 4%. Next, invest the rest of your money into retirement accounts, mutual funds, stocks, and bonds, which is 70% of the market, 30% bonds. Invest your disposable income of $242,000 and max out your Roth IRA and 401k plans every year. Now, looking at your time value of money formula, if you start investing at the age of 24 with disposable income of $242,000 and your contribution to your 401k and Roth IRA of $25,000 and a rate of return to 7%, your retirement value at the age of 50 will be $3.3 million. And at age 65, Ms. Riley, you have done it. Your retirement value at the age of 65 will be $10.4 million. That is what we call generational wealth here at Renaissance Financial because we believe in investing today for financial freedom tomorrow. Thank you, Ms. Riley.
Thank you.
Great job, gentlemen. My name is LaShawn Knight, and I'll be the first one asking the questions. First question. In the book, Read Me or Stay Broke, Josh learned about passive income. What is passive income? And give 3 examples of passive income.
Okay. CJ, I'll take the definition. You can provide the examples, all right? Okay. Passive income is income that is generated through little to no effort.
And examples are real estate, stocks and bonds, and a business.
Thank you.
Great job, gentlemen. My name is Luis Purnell, and question number 2 is Paper assets include stocks, bonds, government securities, and mutual funds. There are two important parts of investing in paper assets. One is risk. Name the other one and define both.
Okay. So the first one is risk, the second one is reward. So the higher the risk, the higher the reward, and the lower the risk, the lower the reward.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Roderick Harvey. Great presentation. My question is, what is a bond?
Okay, a bond, it has a fixed rate and return. So that's what it basically is. A bond has a fixed rate and it is low risk. And so yeah, low risk and it has a fixed rate of return.
Thank you.
Gentlemen, you guys did an amazing job. My question to you is, what does it mean to diversify your investments?
Okay, I'll take this one. So diversify. First, I'll define the meaning of diversification. Okay, so diversification is having a mixture of investments in your portfolio. The reason why you want to do that is because you don't want to have an unbalanced portfolio. So you'll invest more on the ones that are least risky, and you want to invest less on the ones that are most risky, such as businesses that are just now starting up. And the most risky, for example, are like Microsoft, Google, and they have you'll know exactly how much you'll get from them, and they're stable.
Thank you.
All right, this will be the fifth and final question. I want to say great job on your presentation. I'm Kenyatta Campbell, and your final question is, in the book, Professor Ewell told Josh, small money comes fast, big money is grown, slow, and lasts. Explain the point Professor Ewell was making as he shared this quote with Josh.
Can you re-say the quote again?
Absolutely. I'm going to read the entire thing again. In the book, Professor Ewell told Josh, small money comes fast. Big money is grown slow and lasts. Explain the point Professor Ewell was making as he shared this quote with Josh.
Okay, I think I'll take this one. All right, so small money comes fast. I'll start with that. So small money comes fast is money that are easily made, and it requires work but little effort. And big money is such as investments, and that will generate money over time. And that's the big money that will last, and making sure you save that money as well for the future.
All right, thank you both. This concludes the questions from the judges. You may now exit the Zoom. Thank you.
Thank you.
That was the third and final team. My goodness, my goodness, my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, all of these students deserve a round of applause. An attaboy. A way to go. Great job, students. Teams, excellent work this year. Chapters, continue to work with our students in helping them to learn about financial principles. Oh my God. This deserves to be on national television, what we've witnessed here today. The level of expertise at such a young age, how can they not be successful?
Good evening. My name is Mohammed Athiri. I'm the Chairman of the Economic Empowerment Committee for the 100 Black Men of America. On behalf of the board, Chairman Dortch, Vice Chairman Dotson, the board of the 100, I want to thank State Farm for its continued partnership. And I also want to thank the judges for taking out time out of the evening to do this most important work. Also wanted to thank all the participants. We all know how hard it is to get prepared and get yourself ready for this competition. So no matter where you end up, wanted to say thank you for the time, thank you for the effort, and hopefully this becomes a jumping off point for you. So let's get to it. Y'all done the work, and I'm sure you all are anxious to see what the judges have come up with. So as a reminder, first place gets a scholarship of $3,000 per student. Second place gets a scholarship of $1,500 per student. And third place gets a scholarship of $1,000 per student. So so hopefully that helps you all move forward as well. So as the judges start, I'm gonna go from third place to first place. Third place, we have 100 Black Men of Madison with a score of 84.8. Second place, 100 Black Men of Greater Charlotte with a score of 87. And first place, congratulations to 100 Black Men of South Metro Atlanta with a score of 97. Again, want to just thank all the judges for the time and the effort. Want to thank you students for putting in the work in that. And I also want to thank, again, State Farm for taking the time and continue to be a partner with us across all the platform activities that we do with the 100. So on behalf of the Board of Directors, the 100 Black Men of America, I want to say thank you all and stay safe.
This will be my last time before you. Hopefully you've enjoyed this competition as I have. I can't see anyone leaving here not being impressed, not only with the students, but ladies and gentlemen, with the chapters who serve in each of our communities to make our youth all that they can be. To all of the chapters this year that competed in the competition, thank you. Thank you, parents. Thank you, chapters. To everyone, great job, great job, great job. My job now is to recognize each of the chapters that participated in this year's competition. But before I do so, you're probably sitting back wondering, now what are they doing all of this for? And I kind of gave the cat away at the beginning, that they're competing for scholarship dollars. But each of the teams that competed this year will also receive backpacks, pins, medallions that will be shipped, and other items that will be shipped to their chapters. Each competing team this year that competed here at the national competition, the top 3 teams will receive as follows. Drum roll, please. First place team will receive $3,000 each to go towards their college education. Second place team, runners up, will receive $1,500. And the third place team this year, thanks to State Farm, $1,000. State Farm, thank you so much for adding another level of financial support so that we could award 3 separate tiers of scholarships this year as well as last year. Now, the teams that competed in this year's competition, and this will be brief, the 100 Black Men of Cape Fear region, the students that competed early on, and when I say early on, there is an elimination process that we go through where teams will compete so that we can narrow it down to the top 3 teams. Cape Fear students were DeMarca Jones, Indigo Scott, and the alternate was Layla Mack. 100 Black Men of Central Illinois. The students that competed this year was Silas Terrell and Mackay Blake. 100 Black Men of Greater Charlotte. The students were Nicholas Martin and James Dunham Jr. 100 Black Men of Indianapolis. The competing students were Tim Adams and Anaya Martin, and their alternate was Laith Hicks. 100 Black Men of Madison, whom you saw. Again, the students were Jaquan Yeager and Lanita Jenkins. The alternate, Joy Amasuji. 100 Black Men of Metro Baton Rouge. The competing students this year, Melvin Britton and Wes Coleman. The alternate, Herman Pride. 100 Black Men of North Metro Atlanta. The students were Devin Johnson and Ellison Lord. 100 Black Men of South Metro Atlanta. Competing again, Xavier McDaniel, Christopher Stubbs, and the alternate Samuel McDaniel. 100 Black Men of Western Pennsylvania. Students were Ezra Jones, Anthony Pipkin Jr., the alternate, Elijah Bullock. And the last team that competed this year were 100 Black Men of Philadelphia. Their students consisted of Ryan Tucker and James Jones. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the teams that competed in this year's competition. Please give them all a round of applause. Although some of these teams didn't make it to this year's final competition, ladies and gentlemen, the level of competition that you saw today was the same level of competition that competed in the preliminary round. All of our students are winners. Again, to our chapters, to parents, to students, thank you so much for participating in this financial literacy program. We pray and hope that next year you will be back. We thank you, State Farm, again for your contributions, for supporting the 100 and all that we do to make our youth a better tomorrow and our future for our young people much brighter. Again, thank you, and thank you.
Let's take a moment to congratulate our State Farm Dollars and Cents Youth Investment Competition winners. And we also must give a big shout out to all of the amazing competitors. Outstanding job. Coming up next, we have 2 special awards and 3 winners. I'm going to tell you about the award recipients, and then we'll hear from each of them. The first award is the Dollars and Cents Investment Competition Award, and it's being presented to Nathaniel Holgerbrook II. He's an attorney who handles cases throughout the entire country. He has a proven track record and a reputation for aggressively defending criminal clients in federal and state courts and litigating serious civil matters for plaintiffs. Attorney Holgerbrook is an avid reader, golfer, equestrian, and fitness guru. I want to hear more about that, as well as a certified scuba diver as well. His greatest joys in life are rooted in his Christian faith and family. He's an active and committed member of the 100 and currently serves as chair of the Dollars and Cents Investment Competition. Please join me in congratulating Nathaniel Holgerbrook II.
Wow, I didn't see that coming. I'm almost at a loss of words, but guess what? I've got a few words. Mr. Chairman, to the Executive Board, thank you so much for this recognition. Dollars and Cents has been a passion of mine ever since Vice Chairman Dotson asked me several years ago to chair this competition and to be over this program. As any member of the 100, anything involving our youth gets us excited, causes our juices to start flowing, and when he asked me, I immediately accepted. But I would be remiss if I did not really acknowledge those who make this competition the success that it is, and that is Dr. McNeely and all of the staff at National Headquarters. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm out front, but if it was not for Dr. McNeely and her staff there, this competition would not be what it is. So thank you so much again. Thank you, State Farm, for your contributions every year to make this competition and all of our youth competitions the success that it is. Again, Mr. Chairman, to the Executive Board, thank you so much. God bless you.
The second award is the Brace B. Godfrey Jr. African American History Challenge Youth Competition Chair Award. We have 2 recipients of this award. Congratulations are in order for James Miller and Alvin Cavalier. Now, James Miller received a BS with honors from East Tennessee State University. He has an MBA with honors from the University of Tennessee and a Master of Economics with honors from the University of Memphis. And he's currently employed with the First Tennessee Bank, where he has served in numerous positions since 1973. Mr. Miller is the founding president of 100 Black Men of Chattanooga, Incorporated. In addition, he has served on several boards and is a member of numerous civic organizations. The second recipient of the Brace B. Godfrey Jr. African American History Challenge Youth Competition Chair Award is, and what a name that is, by the way, is Alvin J. Cavalier, chairman of the 100's African American History Challenge program. He's a charter member, charter board member, and charter secretary of the Metro Baton Rouge chapter. Alvin is a retired Louisiana state audit manager and is currently self-employed in accounting, auditing, and income taxes. He's a member of a number of social, civic, and professional organizations. And congratulations to all three award recipients. And let's hear from them right now.
On behalf of James Miller, I am honored and I thank you for this award.
Thank you, President and Chairman Dodge, and members of 100 Black Men of America for this special recognition. I sincerely appreciate it, but want to say that what I do is not for me, but it's for our young people who need to know our rich history and heritage. We must keep teaching them. If not us, then who? It's all because of them. Thanks again for the honor in this matter.
Hello, Black America, and people who pay attention to what Black folks are doing. My name's W. Kamau Bell. There's good news out there. There's a COVID-19 vaccine. Yay! But the bad news is, as Black folks, it's hard to trust what's going on. So what do? Well, we turn to people we can trust. Black folks. But not just your uncle at the cookout. No. Actually, not him at all. I'm talking about Black scientists, Black doctors, and Black nurses. Okay, first question. The vaccine happened fast, like super fast, like Usain Bolt headed to the bathroom fast. Is that something we should be concerned about?
Having an emergency authorization for these medications was critical, but that doesn't mean any steps were cut.
Anything where money could be traded off for time, that was happening. Like money was no object.
They still have all of the rigor that they use for approving any vaccine. So we can feel confident that the science is still there.
The messenger RNA technology has been in development for the last 12 years. So even though you hear this thing about warp speed, believe me, that was not warp speed.
And I think the data is real. It suggests it's highly effective.
About a week or so after your second dose, the people who had gotten the placebo or who didn't get the true vaccine, their rates of coronavirus continued to climb, whereas the people who had gotten the vaccine, it just flattened out.
And what about side effects?
Soreness from the injection site. I had a little bit of arm soreness.
Arm sore? Is that a side effect? My arm's sore right now.
The common things, soreness at the injection site, headache, fever, maybe a swollen lymph nodes. The second dose is when there's more common, those systemic side effects.
Is this like one of those pharmaceutical commercials where at the end they talk real fast about the side effects and it's like, you're also going to get hair from your eyeballs and vampirism?
My sister texted me the second day after I got the first vaccine, and I remember she was like, "Are you a zombie yet?" And we just laughed, like, "No, I'm not."
So the big answer is no. And the reason being is we are not injecting the virus into your body. The vaccine is training your body.
It is making those antibodies to fight that disease. So I view it as a positive thing.
So here's a question from everybody's uncle. And since I'm an uncle, it's a question from me too. Are the drug companies just trying to get rich off this?
The drug companies will certainly get rich.
Oh, drug companies are always trying to get rich, but that's not the point, right?
That is really how a lot of our innovation happens. That is why the drug companies will spend millions upon millions in research.
Were Black and brown people a part of this process, or was it only like white folks, like NASCAR white folks?
The trials were intentionally broad and inclusive.
Yeah, Black and brown folks have been recruited for the clinical trials.
We have ensured that each of the 4 historically Black medical schools, that we are all vaccine trial sites.
Here's the big question. How much are you charging us for this vaccine?
Right now, getting vaccinated is free.
Free?
Yes, it's free.
Like free.
It will be free.
Like not even free 99.
We have not charged anyone.
Okay, should I be suspicious that you aren't charging us?
No, because there are some things that the government invests in
that, for the good of the people.
Taxpayers like you and I contributed to development of these vaccines.
What if I'm not worried about getting COVID-19?
Like you could say, I never had smallpox. I've never had tetanus. Why do I need the shot? That's why we give vaccines. Vaccines are prevention.
I pretty much tell people you're going to be exposed some kind of way, right? So you better be ready to fight.
And what about you? Have you? Will you?
I got my first dose about 3 weeks ago. I have not gotten the vaccine yet, but rest assured, I'm anxiously waiting.
I definitely will be getting vaccinated when my turn comes.
I was scared getting it, and then after I got it, I was like, oh well, I guess it wasn't that bad.
When the vaccine went in, I felt this intense amount of honor.
Like a lot of people, I like to get my medical information from bizarre, dark corners of the internet that haven't been vetted. Is that a good idea?
Oh dear.
Please do not continue to do that.
That is definitely not a good idea. Unfortunately, on the internet, pretty much anyone can post anything.
There are no microchips. There's no stealing of your DNA. No, none of that is happening.
Thank you, doctors. All right, I'll let you get back to work. And thank you for allowing me to ask you these questions. But before you go, just want to let you know, your parents are super proud of you. It's all they can talk about.
Now, we'll turn the program back over to Mark Jackson II for the Brace B. Godfrey Jr. African American History Challenge Youth Competition.
Welcome back. It's time to get ready for the Brace B. Godfrey Jr. African American History Challenge Youth Competition. We will start with opening remarks from Brace B. Trey Godfrey III, Executive Director of the 100 Black Men of Metro Baton Rouge.
And welcome to the 2021 African American History Challenge. My name is Brace Trey Godfrey, Executive Director of 100 Black Men of Metro Baton Rouge. Back in 1995, my late father, Brace B. Godfrey Jr., the founding president of the Baton Rouge chapter and a member of the National Board of Directors, wrote a memo to the national organization and stated something very poignant. Part of it said, "At no time in the history of civilization has a subordinate group ever gone to its oppressor and said, 'Please teach me my history.'" He found it essential that our young people know our history, and he also found it incumbent upon us to be the ones to teach it to them. And so the African American History Challenge was born. This past year, the National Board of Directors saw fit to rename the competition to honor my father. So from my family and from the Baton Rouge chapter, we say thank you to the National Board of Directors, and we welcome you to the 2021 Brace B. Godfrey Jr. African American History Challenge. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Philip Thomas. I'm representing the 100 Black Men chapter of Kansas City. I'm here today to introduce all of the competitors of this year's Youth Quiz Bowl competition. Over the last couple of days, last couple of months, really, all of the teams who've had to pivot and find a way to find some comfortability within ourselves of doing this competition virtually. And I think that all of the chapters and the participants have done extremely well with pivoting and with the requirements that we've placed on them this year. All Brace B. Godfrey Jr. African American History Challenge preliminary round students will have a backpack, portfolio, ink pen, and medallion shipped directly to their chapters for their participation in the competition this year. Each competing member of the first place junior division team will receive a cash prize in the amount of $500. The runner-ups will receive a cash prize in the amount of $250. Each competing member of the first place senior division team will receive a college scholarship in the amount of $3,000 upon enrollment in a post-secondary institution. The runner-ups will receive a $1,000 scholarship. And with that being said, I'll introduce all of the participants in this year's competition. Representing the 100 Black Men of Madison, competing students were Destiny Flowers, Zanaya Richardson, Elijah Lynn, and William Booker. The alternates of that team were Diana Gurrell. Representing the 100 Black Men of North Metro, the competing students were Ronald Skate, Maxwell Johnson, Noah Frazier, and Teddy Sy. Representing the 100 Black Men of Omaha, the competing students were Zoe Ebner, Evelyn LeClaire, Moo K, and Anna Batista. The alternates of the team were Studi Kokari and Lau Nooney. Representing the 100 Black Men of Philadelphia, the competing students were Michaela Smith and Diasia Cobb. The alternate of that team was Malachi Neal. Representing the 100 Black Men of Prince George's County, the competing students were Adriathan Crockwell, Madden Bunyan, Javen Woods, and Aiden Anderson. The alternates of that team were Trent Selden and Micah Bunyan. Representing the 100 Black Men of Virginia Peninsula, the competing students were Shelby Graham and Angela Edwards. The alternate team member was Jamari Highsmith. Representing the 100 Black Men of Louisville, the competing students were Zaire Covington, Ingram Quick, Malaya Spalding, and Damir Watson. The alternates of the team were Caden Zeker and Cameron Eden. Representing the 100 Black Men of Western Pennsylvania, the competing students were Antonia Allen and Donise Griffin. Representing the 100 Black Men of Greater Charlotte, the competing students were James Korf, Xander Jones, Caden Byers, and Fawaize Xavier. Again, we want to thank all of the students who competed and the alternates for making this competition this year a special one. I think this was one of the more competitive competitions that we've had, even in the format that we had to do, which was all virtual. Again, we want to thank our sponsor, State Farm, and everybody who had a part to play in this. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to our 2021 Brace B. Godfrey Jr. African American History Challenge. This has truly been a challenge since last time we did this in person, but we're happy that this medium is available for us to continue with the competition. We regret that we were not able to do it last year, but last year we were learning. So in the interim period, we learned how to do it this time, and I think we had a very successful preliminary competition on yesterday to get us down to our final teams in the junior division and in the senior division. So welcome everyone, and we're about to let the games begin in just a minute. First, I'd like to introduce our players. We're doing the junior division first. I'd like to introduce the team members, and then we'll briefly do a rule review, very, very briefly, because they know what to do. But I just want to make sure, and then we'll proceed with the competition, if that's all right. But once again, welcome. We're just happy to have everybody here attending virtually. You know, this is one of the signature events of our annual conference, and we're happy that we can produce it for you in this manner. Okay, representing the 100 Black Men of Greater Charlotte, we have Alexander Jones, who is a 7th grader at Charlotte Lab School, and he plays basketball. His goal is to make the honor roll. That's very good. That's a great start. Yes, make that honor roll as much as you can. Okay, and then we have James Korf. He's in the 8th grade at Quail Hollow Middle School. He plays basketball also. We have basketball players on. Yeah, that's great. Very timely in that the NBA basketball competition is going on right now, the playoffs. His future goal is to become a sports broadcaster. Very good. You look like a sports broadcaster. You really do. I think you're going to do well with that. But that's the Charlotte, Greater Charlotte team. Then we have the team from North Metro Atlanta Incorporated. Ronald Skeet, a 7th grader at McConnell Middle School. We have Bernard Maxwell Johnson, and he's an 8th grader at Bay Creek Middle School. So those will be our competitors in this junior division championship competition. All right, all of you have already competed to get to this point, and we do want to say that we congratulate you because you're already a winner. If you weren't a winner, you wouldn't be here today. You'd be where the other competitors are from yesterday. So give yourselves a round of applause. You know, pat yourself on the back when you get a chance to, for even being here. We're proud of you that you made it this far. As far as the competition itself, the rules have not changed for those first 5 questions. Well, first of all, each question is still worth 5 points. I should make it more exciting and make this competition a little different. Each question is worth 10 points. How about that? Each correct, yeah, we're gonna have some high scores. Each question correct response is going to be worth 10 points today. And then there will be a 3-point deduction for an incorrect response after question number 5. Prior to 5, just go for it. You have nothing to lose, everything to gain. Is that clear? Okay. All right. Well, if we're clear on that, we trust that our scorekeepers and whatnot, all of our officials are clear that we're looking now at 10 points per correct response, -3 for an incorrect response, especially if the question, if there was an interruption before we completed the reading of the question. And then, of course, we'll read the entire question for the other team if they so desire. And I'll just announce that as it is appropriate. So with that being said, I won't prolong the time anymore. I will say let the games begin. Are we ready? Okay. I'm trying to see. Okay. All right, question number 1. And Dr. McNeely will let us know who buzzes in first. Is that correct, Dr. McNeely? You'll handle that?
Yes, that is correct.
Very good. Okay. All right. Question number 1. This gentleman organized the first Black church in the United States, the Bethel African.
Maxwell Johnson, North Metro Atlanta.
Richard Allen.
That's correct. Richard Allen, and that was the Bethel African Methodist Episcopal Church, known as the AME Church. 10 points. How about that? All right, next question. The first Black man, also known as Patty Zara, to see the baby Jesus is thought to have been.
James K., Greater Charlotte.
Was it Balthazar?
That's correct. 10 points. But don't ask me, tell me. This is not Jeopardy. Just tell me the response. That is correct. Another 10 points. Yeah. The most famous Black horseman of the Revolutionary period was William Billy
James,
Lee.
Greater Charlotte.
Oh, Lord.
I misclicked, my bad. I was trying to scroll up, my bad, guys.
Okay, so you were not trying to respond to the question?
No, sir.
Okay, well, luckily I hadn't read the whole thing. I'll do it again. Everybody listen up. The most famous Black horseman of the Revolutionary period was William Billy Lee, the slave and personal attendant of this U.S.
Maxwell,
president.
North Metro Atlanta.
George Washington.
George Washington. 10 points. All right. In this famous horse race of 1875, 13 of 15 jockeys were Black.
Xander,
Well-
Greater Charlotte.
Oh, it's called accident and click too. Sorry.
I'm sorry, what did he say?
I said an accident and click.
Okay, we really need to be careful with this because you notice when this happens, y'all stay still and do what you're supposed to do because it interrupts the flow of the game when you do that. So please, please pay attention to what you're doing and let's not have these interruptions. All right, I'll read the question again since no one attempted to respond. Each team will have the same opportunity. In this famous horse race of 1875, 13 of 15 jockeys were Black. You know, what's the famous horse race called?
Xander, Greater Charlotte.
Kentucky Derby.
That's correct. 10 points. All right, next question. The slave name for the Big Dipper star was the what? The slave name for the Big Dipper star was the
James, Greater Charlotte.
Was it the Maji?
That's incorrect. And that happens to be question number 5, where there is no deduction of points. So you're good. You didn't lose any points. You didn't gain any, but you didn't lose any either. It's really the drinking gourd or the gourd. Now, question number 6. Different outcome here if we get an incorrect response. Who is given the distinction of being the father of Negro History or Black History Week/month?
Maxwell, North Metro, Atlanta.
Carter G. Woodson.
That's correct. 10 points. All right. Although the slave trade continued in the United States after this year, the slave trade officially ended in the U.S. in the year
Maxwell, North Metro, Atlanta.
1865.
That is incorrect. That would be a -3. Would the other team like to respond to it? You want me to read the question again? No response?
No, sir.
Oh, I'm shocked. Okay. Would have been 1808. Yeah. Next question. So for that one, the first team that responded gets a -3. No deduction for the second team because they did not attempt to answer it. All right. Of the 3.2 million slaves working the 15 slave states in 1850, how many million worked in cotton? No response? Okay. Well, we'll go to the next question, but the correct response, well, I'm not going to use these questions anymore today. So the correct response should have been 1.8 million. Of 3.2 million working the 15 slave states in 1850, 1.8 million worked in cotton. Next question. The idea that all races are going to be saved by their exceptional men is referred to as the what? The idea that all races are going to be saved by their exceptional men is referred to as the All right, no response from either team? Okay. All right, the correct answer, and you've heard this, I'm sure. In fact, for any of the questions that you don't have the answers for, please go back and read and study so that you'll know that information, because even more important than winning this competition is learning the history. We do this to teach you your history, our history. So go back and read upon it. It's there. Trust me, I didn't just make these up. All right, the answer is the talented 10th. Have you not heard it? Look, see, he smiles. He's heard that. Yeah, go back and read up on it. Okay, so next time you'll know. All right, we have 3 questions left. Only 3 are left. So there's no deduction for that one because no one attempted to answer it. Prior to his Harvard education, W.B. Du Bois first graduated from this Tennessee University. No reply there. Okay, go back and read it. A very famous Tennessee University. Fisk University. Fisk, F-I-S-K. Go back and read it, please, for your own enrichment. All right. Second to the last question. This Supreme Court decision handed down on
Maxwell, North Metro, Atlanta.
Brown versus Board of Education.
Incorrect. Incorrect. -3. -3. I'll read the entire question for the other team. This Supreme Court decision handed down on May 18th, 1896, established separate but equal. What was that Supreme Court case or Supreme Court decision?
No response? All right, people, go back and read for me, please. It is Plessy versus Ferguson. Look. Yeah, we know that you know. Go back and read it again. Separate but equal is Plessy versus Ferguson, or some may say Homer Plessy versus Ferguson. All right, and the final question of this championship for the junior division, final question. This amendment ratified in 1865 freed
Maxwell, North Metro Atlanta.
The 13th Amendment.
Okay, very good. All right, for the purpose of educating all of us, you go ahead and say the rest of the question. But that is correct. Go ahead and say what the question was, if you can. Just for enlightenment, you know, to enlighten all of us. Okay, so you're telling me you knew the answer, but you didn't know the question.
Oh, I thought you were asking one of the panelists.
Oh, no, I'm asking you.
The rest of the question.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Tell us what the question says in its entirety.
I was assuming it was going to be something like this amendment passed in 1865 ratified slavery, something like that. I just knew it had something to do with slavery since it was 1865.
Okay. All right, I guess that was a very good clue. But the question actually reads, this amendment ratified in 1865 freed 3.9 million Black slaves. That's the historical significance of it. It freed 3.9 million Black slaves. Very good. Very good. So you got your 10 points for that. And that concludes the competition. Okay, good evening once again. We're back now for the final phase of our competition in this championship of the African American History Challenge. We'd like to welcome our senior division teams from 100 Black Men of Greater Charlotte. We have Caden Byers. Caden is the 10th grade student at Charlotte Engineering Early College. He's involved in track and the school ambassador. His goal is to become an architectural engineer. Playing along with Caden is Fawazeh Xavier, who's in the 11th grade at Charlotte Engineering Early College. He's involved in the coding club, and he wants to go to college for computer science and biology to one day work in environmental science. Great aspirations there. And they are playing against the 100 Black Men team from Western Pennsylvania Incorporated. All right. Competing for that team will be Miss Antonia Allen, who's junior at Taylor Allardyce High School. And she plays the violin, does musical theater, and she's also a member of the mock trial and the quiz bowl team. Antonia hopes to become a lawyer in the future. Donice Griffin is a junior, also at Taylor Allardyce High School, and she plays softball and enjoys arts. She is active in coding, student government, and robotics. Donice plans to pursue a career in biomedical engineering. All right. The rules are the same as they were for the preliminary rounds, except there's one exception. One exception. I think you'll like it. It makes it just a little bit more exciting, if you ask me. For a correct response, you'll get a total of 10 points today. 10 points for a correct response. If there's an interruption or an incorrect response after question number 5, you'll get a deduction of 3 points. Each correct answer is worth 10 points, and the incorrect responses are now worth 3 points. Other than that, the rules are all the same. Want to congratulate you for making it this far. You're already winners. If you were not a winner, you would not be here today. You'd be doing whatever the other competitors from yesterday are doing right now. You are winners already. Yeah. Too bad we can have only one winning team at the very end. There'll be one left standing, but both of you are winners as of right now, and we congratulate you for that. Okay, with that being said, we are going to let this game begin. We're going to let it begin. Can you all hear me okay? All right. Got a bunch of head nods, so we should be good. All right, question number 1. The cotton gin, invented by Eli Whitney and patented in 1794, separated the cotton fiber / lint from what? From the what?
Antonia, Western Pennsylvania.
Please respond.
Sorry, I was muted. It separated the cotton lint from the cotton seed.
Very good, 10 points. Okay. Prior to the cotton gin in 1790, the U.S. produced 1.5 million pounds of cotton, but 10 years later, after the cotton gin, the U.S. produced how many million pounds per year? From 1.5 million to 35 million. Oh my God.
Caden, Greater Charlotte.
I'm sorry, we gotta throw that one out. Gotta throw that one out. I gave you the answer. I'll probably add a question at the end to make up for that one, okay? Sorry about that. I just got so excited because that's such a significant improvement of what that, what the cotton gin did for them. From 1.5 million pounds to 35 million pounds. Wow, that was really remarkable. All right, next question, and I will not give the answer this time. This European nation, the most powerful nation in the world, relied on
Antonia, Western Pennsylvania.
That would be Britain.
Okay, what is it also called?
England.
Yes, 10 points. Okay. All right, for African-American males, 35% of all African-American men descend from what type of land?
Powassan, Greater Charlotte.
You're on mute.
One white male slave owner.
Please repeat your answer.
A white male slave owner.
Okay. All right, that's an acceptable response. They descend from white males, not, maybe not necessarily a slave owner, but from white males. Okay. Next question. W.E.B. Du Bois, in favor of classical liberal arts education, challenged this Black educator's idea of
Powassan, Greater Charlotte.
Booker T. Washington.
That's correct. That is correct. He challenged Booker T's idea of industrial training. That's correct. 10 points. All right, now question number 6. Booker T. Washington gave a famous address stressing the importance of industrial or vocational education at the Cotton States and International Exposition in this city.
Powassan, Greater Charlotte.
Atlanta.
That's correct. Atlanta, GA. All right, 10 points there. Next question. He did not want Negro citizenship and vowed that that is the last speech Lincoln will ever make. Who said this? He did not want Negro citizenship and vowed that is the last speech.
Antonia, Western Pennsylvania.
John Wilkes Booth.
Correct. 10 points. All right. This amendment ratified in 1870, extended the right to vote to all black.
Antonia, Western Pennsylvania.
The 15th Amendment.
That's correct. 15th Amendment. 10 points. Okay. This gentleman, born in Columbus, Georgia, became the first African American combat pilot.
Powassan, Greater Charlotte.
Eugene Bullard.
That's correct. Eugene Jacques Bullard. That's correct. Eugene Jacques Bullard, who married and had children, owned this type of club in Paris before returning to the United States.
Powassan, Greater Charlotte.
A jazz club.
All right. Like this jazz. Okay. Next question. And that was 10 points. The wealthiest black person in Charleston in 18...
Powassan, Greater Charlotte.
Oh my God. Response, please. Okay, time's up. All right, that's going to be a -3. I'll complete the question for the other team. The wealthiest black person in Charleston in 1860 was this woman who owned 14 slaves and $40,000 worth of property.
Antonia, Western Pennsylvania.
C.J. Walker.
Okay, that's incorrect, unfortunately. So that will also be a -3. The correct response is Mariah Weston. Maria Weston. Next question. Sierra Bradford, Harriet Tubman's first biographer, wrote that Harriet Tubman had rescued 300 people in 19 trips back to the South. However, she rescued 70 to 80 slaves in 13 trips, mainly from this state. No answer there? Okay. That state was Maryland. Next question. Harriet Tubman married in 1844 to a free black man, John Tubman, was known as the biblical character of her people.
Antonia, Western Pennsylvania.
Moses.
That's correct. Moses. All right, 10 points. This female writer of the Harlem Renaissance was the first black novelist to write about black sexuality.
Powassan, Greater Charlotte.
Zora Neale Hurston.
That's correct. Zora Neale Hurston, 10 points. In fact, just for information, she wrote about black sexuality in the novel, Their Eyes Were Watching God. Zora Neale Hurston. In case anybody wants to do some further research on that. All right, we have 3 questions left, 2 that's listed and another that I have to pull real quick. Find a question. Okay. This white religious group had a great influence on the success of the Underground Railroad, though it was rare that these white conductors hid slaves in secret rooms. Name the group.
Powassan, Greater Charlotte.
The Quakers.
That's correct. What else did they call the Quakers?
Shakers or Shaking Quakers.
Did they call them anything else? I mean, you have the answer already. You already got 10 points. Did they call them anything else?
Not sure.
Okay. Can anybody else assist him with that answer? For no points, just
Society of Friends.
Oh, look at that. That's right.
Pennsylvania. So
Okay, that's fine. Unfortunately, no points, but you know, we're supposed to help each other out. We are our brothers and sisters keepers, so very good. Quakers or Society of Friends, either one was acceptable, you know, even by itself. All right. This wealthy Massachusetts Black sea captain and entrepreneur spearheaded the first Black initiated
Antonia, Western Pennsylvania.
Paul Cuffey.
All right, that's correct. That's 10 points. What else was he called?
Oh, it's something with an S, but I can't remember what it is.
Okay, can someone help her? Share the
Denise?
wealth, share the information.
Like Paul Schlatten or something like that.
Not quite. Can someone help him? You're getting closer. Okay, it was Paul Slocum, S-L-O-C-U-M. Paul Cuffey or Paul Slocum. Either one would have been correct. Okay? All right. But you gave the correct response, so that was 10 points for that one. And then the final question of the day. Prior to his Harvard education, W.E.B. Du Bois first graduated from this Tennessee University.
Owasse, Greater Charlotte.
Fisk University.
Very good. Very good. You got the 10 points on that, but I'm just, you know, I got to ask you another question. And which Tennessee city, is Fisk located? Do we know the city that's the domicile of Fisk University? All right, let's get a little help from your friends. Okay, which other student can help us with that? Where in Tennessee is Fisk University located? I mean, this is African American history, and that's truly historical. That's a historical university. So where is it located? We know it's in Tennessee, but the question now is where in Tennessee?
Nashville.
Okay. Unfortunately, I can't give you any points, but that is correct. But it's good to know. We all need to know that for history's sake. All right, that completes the competition. Yeah, I'd like to thank you all, and once again, congratulate you for making it this far.
Dr. Joseph Silver, Higher Education Committee Chair, will announce the winners of the Brace B. Godfrey Jr. African American History Challenge Youth Competition.
Greetings. I'm Joseph H. Silver, Sr., the chair of the Higher Education Committee for the 100 Black Men of America, and I'm from the Savannah chapter. It is my distinct honor to present the awards for the Grace B. Godfrey Jr. African American History Challenge competition. Before I present the winners, let me say a sincere thank you to our sponsor, State Farm Insurance. We are pleased that State Farm Insurance has partnered with the 100 Black Men of America to bring this significant competition not only to the 100 Black Men of America, but because it's virtual this year, could be shared with the world. Also, I would like to thank the chairman of the 100 Black Men of America, Mr. Tommy Dodge, for his vision in developing partnerships to make sure that the mission and vision of the 100 Black Men of America can be carried out. Also, I would like to thank the judges and the moderators and the World Headquarters staff for putting on this very flawless competition. It was the work in the hands of many that made this competition in the midst of a pandemic come to fruition. Now to the winners. First in the junior division, the second place winner is Greater Charlotte 100 Black Men of America. And the first place winner is North Metro Atlanta. Let's give these significant competitors a big round of applause. I watched the competition for 2 days, and I know that each team put in a lot. And for their tireless effort, the second place team will receive two $250 cash prizes. And the first place team will receive two $500 cash prizes. Again, let's congratulate them. Now to the senior division. The senior division was very spirited, and it went right down to the wire. And both teams competed very hard, but very fair. The second place team in the senior division was Western Pennsylvania, 100 Black Men of America. And the first place team was Greater Charlotte, 100 Black Men of America. The first place winner will receive 2 checks for $3,000. And the second place team will receive 2 checks for $1,000. And these checks will be representing scholarships for these young people. So again, thank you everyone in every chapter that competed. And a sincere thank you for all of those who had a hand in putting this virtual competition together. And again, congratulations to the winners, both in the junior division and the senior division. Thank you very much.
Congratulations to the winners of the Brace B. Godfrey Jr. African American History Challenge Youth Competition. Oh, I also want to congratulate all the participants, everybody involved. It was an outstanding competition. And now we'll have a special presentation from another stakeholder, JP Morgan Chase.
Well, welcome. My name is Jared Evans. I am a community manager here at Chase. We want to say thank you to Advancing Black Pathways for the opportunity to present today, as well as to the 100 Black Men of America Incorporated. We want to say thank you as well for Chase, allowing Chase to be a sponsor. We're going to have a little fun today. I have to go through this disclosure, so this is the most boring part. But I need to say this: these views expressed during this event may differ from other employees and departments of JP Morgan Chase & Co. Views and strategies described may not be appropriate for everyone and are not intended as specific advice or recommendations for any individual. You should carefully consider your needs and objectives before making any decisions and consult the appropriate professional. Outlooks and past performances are not guarantees of future results. So now that we've got that part out of the way, let us go right into your financial journey. And again, I am so excited to be able to deliver this content for the 35th annual conference of our 100 Black Men of America Incorporated. As we go in, we're going to look at a few things of importance. We're going to skip one more slide over. We want to welcome you, as I said, discuss the impact of credit on your financial goals. We're going to build on your knowledge and understanding of credit. And we're going to identify steps to help establish, build, and manage your credit. We're going to move past group agreements because we are doing this virtually. So this time around, we won't utilize that. There are 2 forms of our your financial journey. Today, we're specifically going to cover the credit portion. And in that credit portion, the agenda, again, We say welcome, but we're also going to look at the high cost of a low credit score. We're going to build credit. We're going to give you a little bit of homework, have a little Q&A, and then we will wrap it up at the very end. So as we think about credit, how does credit impact our financial life? It does have an impact whether we know it or not. Looking at the financial roadmap is one of the bullet points we'll discuss today. Where you feel you are in your journey and your financial goals, what you have in terms of financial goals as well. So what's in a number? What's in a number, right? I hate to say it that way because we don't like to use numbers when we think about our lives. But when it comes to credit, it is up to a number. And one of the bullet points we'll look at is the ability to, with credit, pay now and, buy now and pay later. We'll look at your credit score. Is it a 3-digit number? Yes, it is. Is it a credit report that you'll have? Absolutely. It's a detailed report of your credit history. And do we report it to the credit bureaus? Yes, we do. We gather that information. Banks do, credit bureaus do. And what you borrow, what is lent to you by creditors, utility companies, service providers, and public records. All of that will be on your credit bureaus. Understanding credit basics. So let's think about this now. What goes into a credit score? Well, there are these 3 wonderful bureaus that we all know. They're called Experian, Equifax, and TransUnion. All right. The other bullet point we'll look at is that we will provide information to the credit score companies. One of these 3 bureaus will provide this information to the credit scoring companies. We call that your FICO score. There can be anything as low as a 300 or as high as an 850. For the record, though, if you're over 800, the good news is 850, 800, that's just pulling straws. At that point, you've got a great score. Anything over 800, and you pretty much are going to get the best rate. So I like this little phrase, the poor, the good, and the excellent. The range from poor to excellent, your credit scores differ between scoring companies and must provide an overview of the score and the definition. You see all the way on the left, you can have a score as low as 300 to 659. That is considered poor. 660 to 719 is considered fair. 720 to 779 is considered good. And then you have 780 to 850, which is, again, considered excellent. Knowing where you are when you get ready to go out and purchase and do other things like buy a home, buy a car, apply for a credit card. These are some of the things that you want to know prior to your applying. Okay? This slide really is one of my favorite slides. I love it because it really hones in on a credit score and what the benefit of a high credit score versus a low credit score. If you look at the average interest rate on a $1,000 loan, if your credit score is ranging from the 580 to 719 range, you're seeing that the interest rate for 580 could be 28.5. 660, it goes down a little bit to 17.8. And if it's in the sevens, now you're at 13.5. But look at the monthly payment. So that same 580 is an equivalent of $42 in a payment. If it's up to 660, you're at $36. If it's 719, though, you're now at $34. So there is a difference, and you can see as it starts to go from high to lower based off of what your credit score is, the monthly payment. The total paid over the 36 months, though, that is the point we really want to double click on. The higher the score, as you can see, the 719, over the course of 36 months, you're now paying much less. You're paying $1,222, as opposed to if your score was 580, you're paying $1,499. Now remember, this is strictly on a $1,000 illustration. Imagine when we start talking about purchasing a car or purchasing a home and things of that nature, where the amounts are larger. So think about that. This is a very impactful page. I like to look at the high costs of a low credit score will, if you will, no pun intended, but there's all of these different factors that go into the credit score wheel. As you know, 40% of anything on that wheel is payment history. 40%, that's really the biggest chunk. So another word for credit that I love to tell people is it's simply trust. All right. Have you built up enough trust, or have you proven that you are trustworthy and are going to pay this bill back? And 40% of that wheel is a big chunk of, a bank asking, okay, can I trust Jared to pay his money back? 21% of it is credit history, right? So any of your past credit, when you think about that, you're thinking about any history you've had based off of your past conduct, based off of your past payments, right? Then 20% is credit usage. So when you think about utilization, where is your utilization when it comes to credit cards? The rule of thumb is really 30% utilization. On $1,000, only $300 is outstanding, right? On $10,000, only $3,000 is outstanding if we talk about 30% utilization. Now, when you look at total balances, they're looking at outstanding balances. That counts for 11% of your total credit wheel, right? So you don't want to, if you can avoid having a long outstanding balance, that's going to affect your score. So if you can avoid and pay it off every month, that's always the best way. When you think about recent credit, so inquiries, right? We talk about companies asking the question, do you want to apply for a credit card and get a 20% off your purchase? Well, think about it, because recent credit inquiries do affect your credit score, especially when you're thinking about purchasing a home. And then your available credit, making certain that you have enough credit history or credit available to you out there, because that again is going to count for a little small part of your overall credit wheel. And so we'll move to the next slide. Managing credit. All right. This bullet point talks about using credit wisely as a part of an overall financial plan to help you build your assets. So as we think about, what does real credit mean, right? Like, does it impact my savings? Does it impact if I'm going to invest? The truth of the matter is, yes, it does. Because the higher the credit score, the lower the interest rate typically is going to be, the lower the payment is going to be. You're going to be able to pay it off much sooner, right? And you're going to be able to take that money and do something else with it. Build up your savings account. Or if the savings account is already built, look for opportunities to invest. All right? And then under that sub-bullet point, when you think about building assets, right? Purchasing a home is going to be the largest purchase most of us will ever make. Paying in full as a part of a monthly budget can also be beneficial. So making certain that you budget paying it off. I remember, I'm going to date myself here, but I'm in Chicago, and back in the day we had Zayres and we had Ventures and we had Montgomery Wards as stores that we would do layaway with. I remember my mom would go in and she would put money down on a purchase, and we didn't get the product until the balance was paid in full. Well, now credit is the flip. You really get the product up front and the instant gratification, but on the back end, you got to pay it back. So I always like to say, if it's not something you can pay off in, 3 to 6 months, then you should really ask the question, do I want to purchase this right now? Because you're going to have to pay it back. And then the second bullet point on this managing credit slide is using credit for consumable items or regular monthly expenses could indicate that you're spending more than you earn. So again, managing this process, thinking about, do I want to buy it now, or do I want to save a little bit and then go ahead and make the purchase and make certain I can pay it off within 3 to 6 months. These are best practices. All right. On our next slide, we want to make certain that we are keeping on track, right? The federal law or the Federal Credit Reporting Act gives you the right to order your credit report once for each of the national credit bureaus every 12 months. You get to do this once a year, all of us. And it is my recommendation that you do this. Each of the 3 national credit bureaus offer your reports free online, and one of the websites is annualcreditreport.com. I'd also like to say that at chase.com/credit journey, you can also get your score. And the good news is you don't have to be a Chase client. Most people say, oh, I have to bank at Chase. The reality of it is it's not. You can visit this website, chase.com/credit journey, whether you're a client of ours or not, and certainly you can see your credit score. It's something that I've done as well, and I enjoy seeing my score go up, and I invite you to visit us as well to do the same. We'll go on to the next slide. We're not going to really worry about doing the activities. We'll flip to the next because, again, we're in a virtual setting. So we'll ask the question now. Who gets to see your credit reports? All right, employers. So I work at Chase. They're going to get to see my credit report. Insurance companies, so including your auto and home, we don't need to name them, but we know who they are. Landlords and utility companies, when you're paying your gas or your light bill or paying your rent, they have a right to pull your credit report. Also lenders, right? So any auto finance company or credit card issuer or mortgage lender or even a student loan company, all of these people get to see how Jared has functioned on his credit bureau in the past. His history will dictate if we can trust Jared and lend him funding or lend him money. And these are some of the other things that are also included in your credit report. Okay, identifying information is one bullet point. Trade lines, also known as credit accounts, listed on your credit report. So you'll hear mortgage companies say, well, you've got 4 or 5 trade lines. That's just saying you've got a credit card or you have a installment loan or you may have a car loan. That's what trade lines are. Credit inquiries, also known as hard credit checks. So when you apply for a loan with a car company, right? That is a real hard credit check. Is it going to hurt you? You know, probably not. But if your credit score is right on the edge of where you need to be in order to get the best rate or in order to get the loan, you want to make certain that you're just not letting people pull your credit, okay, all the time, willy-nilly. Public record and collections are also included on the credit report. So any medical records, any collection agencies that may have filed out there, that will also show on your credit bureau, and it's something you need to watch out for as well. I will say, and we'll cover it, but I think it's a valid point to make, that this is the spot where we see a lot of errors on people's credit reports when they're collections or medical records, because people's socials get mixed up, or family children's social gets mixed up with dad or mom. So these things are common, and it's a good reason why you want to use that annual report to check your credit, okay? Things that are not included, race, gender, age, income is another bullet point, marital status, your job, and then, of course, where you live. These are not included in your credit score. All right? As we think about it, there's many ways that you can build credit, and we're on this journey together. I worked for many years on a campus, and there were many students who came to me who did not have any credit history at all. And you see the term highlighted there. Do you have thin credit or no credit at all? Many of the students didn't have any credit whatsoever. Okay? So thinking about ways to establish a credit score and report, getting a student loan. Okay? Opening opening a regularly paying down a credit card, including a business you shop at often, okay? So maybe you go and you try and apply at Gap, or we shouldn't use names, but I'm just going to say a store, we should say. Maybe you apply for a credit card with a small company, but maybe that's not good enough, right? Maybe they still will decline you because you don't have any history. Another bullet point you can look at is having someone you know and trust add you as an authorized user. So I'm going to double click on that one. So for a lot of our students, that is the way they did it. They went to their parents. They asked them for to be added to an account. And adding someone to an account where there is a social use, a birthday use as an authorized user, that will enable them to have that credit reported in their favor. And then usually 3 to 6 months down the road, they themselves are able to go and apply on their own because now they have credit history, and they will be able to get a credit card if the card has been maintained and there have been no issues. You could also apply jointly for credit with someone you know and trust. You could also ask a landlord or other provider to report your payments or activities. So soft credits like utility bills or your landlord. But what I found easiest was if you didn't have credit history built up, you asked for a parent to add you to their account, and then you establish credit. That's for a student, okay? There is also ways to ask for secured credit. So you establish it yourself. And you put out a certain amount. They'll give you a credit card for that certain amount, maybe $200, maybe $500, and then you're able to get a secured card. And that can help you establish credit as well. So these are some of the key points or takeaways in trying to get someone established. All right, we're still discussing managing your credit reports. Keeping track as a bullet point, keep track and manage your credit activities daily. All right, review your credit reports annually to make sure your info is accurate. We certainly want to double click on checking your reports for accuracy. I mentioned that earlier, and dispute information that is incorrect or outdated. You also want to have creditors add any positive or missing accounts to your credit profiles. I have seen in my work where clients are not being reported accurately on all of the credit bureaus. Maybe it's showing up on TransUnion, but it's not showing up on Experian. Okay? If that is the case, you simply want to reach out to the creditors and let them know, hey, it's not showing up. I'd like it to show up on all 3 of the bureaus, right? But then accuracy. I want to talk a brief moment about the accuracy. If you see that there's something that's incorrect, you want to immediately dispute it. There are people you can pay to do that for you, but why do that? You can simply write a letter to the bureaus, email the bureaus, call the bureaus, but you want to immediately dispute any information that you see is not accurate. I will also say that, let us say you find that there are these disputes and there is information that is inaccurate. That could also be a sign that you could be the victim of identity theft. So then you want to start thinking about locking your credit, making certain that someone hasn't stolen your information, your social security number, and isn't applying for items in the future. So making certain that you lock your credit, and the bureaus can help you do that as well. We've seen all of these different mishaps happen where information is stolen from medical records or different things of that nature. So please know, as a consumer, you have the right to also lock your credit. All right. We're going to move on to, it's just giving us a reminder that you can check your credit score at chase.com. We'll remind you again, /credit journey, or you can check it on the freeannualcreditreport.com as well. Okay. So I'm going to give you a little bit of homework to check all 3 credit reports. And we gave you the websites to do it on. And also think about the one thing you will do to make progress towards your goals, right? This is very important that you are seeing yourself in a new light and stepping out of any of the credit scores that you've had in the past, because a credit score is a place and a moment in time. It is not an indication for you that you are going to be this way forever, right? So if the score is not where you want it to be, there are great tools and tips that we can give you and that your financial folks can give you to help you increase that score. And certainly on our Credit Journey website, there are some tips there as well. So I'd like to take a little bit of time and just ask you to think about the things that you liked in this segment, what you've learned, and then the steps that you will take, things that you will take to get you to the place you want to be on your journey. Okay? I want to say thank you all for participating. I also want to say thank you again for our 100 Black Men of America Incorporated for allowing us to be a sponsor, for Chase to be a sponsor. I certainly want to say thank you to Advancing Black Pathways as well. Again, my name is Jared Evans, and I am delighted to be your host for Your Financial Credit Journey today. Thank you all again.
Next up is our signature form of the afternoon, Women of Influence, with Judge Glenda A. Hatchett as our moderator. I can't think of anybody better. This outstanding panel of powerful women will discuss leading during a time of challenge and triumphing over everything out there. I look forward to seeing all of you tomorrow. That's right, as we again showcase our amazing youth. And thank you so much to Wells Fargo and UPS. Please enjoy this powerful session after this message.
As the head of Financial Health Philanthropy and executive sponsor for the 100 Black Men of America, I'm excited and honored to bring you greetings on behalf of Wells Fargo. We've faced more challenges than any of us could have imagined this past year, but I'm also inspired by this moment. The pandemic has shown unequivocally that deeply rooted systemic racism and discrimination are at the core of economic disparities and the racial wealth divide in our country. This is our moment to break down the policies and systems that are holding back Black, Indigenous, and other people of color. We recognize at Wells Fargo that we have a responsibility to take a larger leadership role and do more to help remove barriers to financial inclusion for people of color. I'm proud to share that Wells Fargo has launched a 10-year banking inclusion initiative to help more people access affordable banking services, working with many of our long-standing community partners, minority depository institutions, and others to build financial stability, resiliency, and success in our communities. We'll also build on the work with the 100 to empower the next generation of Black and African American leaders. From the new Junior Investment Club that introduced young people to the world of investing in the stock market, to hands-on banking and seed and matched savings accounts, this past year, we worked with 36 chapters across the U.S. and helped prepare roughly 625 students for their financial futures, and we hope to do more. I'm looking forward to listening and learning with you at this 35th annual conference of the 100 Black Men of America and working collaboratively to enable an inclusive economic future for all. Thank you.
Good day. It is again my privilege to moderate the women's panel for the 35th annual conference of the National 100 Black Men of America. I've done it for many years. We've had to be creative last year and again this year because of COVID. But I am so pleased to have these dynamic women join us. And as you know, I don't do the traditional introductions, but we'll ask each of them to tell you 3 things that they want you to know about them. You're in for a real treat as we really go into a discussion about what it takes to be a leader, what it takes to be successful. And as you will see from our panel, I mean, just in for a great discussion. We have Alethea Jackson, who I'll call him first. She's the VP of Federal Government Relations with Walgreens And we're going to be very informal and use not titles, but first names today. And so, Felicia, Alethea, I will start with you. 3 things that you want us to know about you.
Sure. Thank you. First, I'm honored to be here. 3 things. I'll first start with how I grew up and where I grew up. I'm the youngest of 6 children, and I grew up in Bedford-Stuyvesant, Brooklyn, New York. And I say that because where I grew up really supplanted in me who I am, and a passion for people and a passion for helping people. I'm driven by health equity, and making sure that we are reaching underserved communities and communities that are hardest hit by healthcare crises, as this past year has demonstrated. And I'm passionate about creating a pipeline so that more women are sitting in these seats than we are today.
Wonderful, Alethea. Thank you. Michelle Lee is a regional banking executive with Wells Fargo. Thank you for joining us, Michelle. 3 things that you want us to know about you.
Sure. Well, one, I would tell you I'm a career banker. I've been with Wells Fargo for 37 years, Wells Fargo and its predecessors, and I'm today leading all of the branch network, which is over 5,000 branches across the U.S. And I started as a teller. I grew up in Newark, New Jersey, and went to Boston Conservatory of Music to study opera. And so the other thing I would tell you is that I am a would-be, and maybe I say by night, I am a singer, songwriter, poet, and frankly, anything but a banker.
I love that. That's why I love doing this, because we learn things that we wouldn't know from your bio. And also, lastly, but certainly, we are so happy to have Ursula Burns. I don't even know where to begin to introduce her. She's an icon, corporate icon. She has been the first in so many categories, the first African-American woman to be a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. And so I will turn to you now, Ursula, to share 3 things you would like for us to know about you.
The first is that I am really happy to be Black and a woman. First, I think there's not a better place to be in America right now, or probably in the world. Second is I am hopeful, even though a lot of times that people hear me speak, it may seem that I'm not, but I'm very hopeful. I speak out because I am hopeful. And the third is that I am extremely impatient with the current state, with stupidity and ignorance, and I can go on and on and on.
Thank you. I think that's actually a great jumping off point for this discussion. We have some suggested questions, but I think that this really ought to go in a direction that you want. And so, Ursula, with that, the point of hopefulness in this climate, could you talk a little bit more about that and share with us what you think we ought to be doing in terms of that position of not only being hopeful, but being intentional in today's climate? I was watching the news last night, and we were talking about voting rights. We're talking about things. I live in Atlanta. I'm deeply concerned about what's happening not only in this state, but so many state legislations around the country. I know that's a broad question, but we would really appreciate your insights on that.
So why am I hopeful? I think that as bad as COVID was and is, it has destabilized the status quo sufficiently enough for people who would not have normally had a voice or thought of speaking up or thought of getting engaged. We've actually destabilized the status quo enough for more people to activate around change. And the one thing you can count on with the status quo is that the people who have a whole lot work consistently and intentionally to keep it the way it is. And the people who don't have a lot are so busy trying to stay alive that they don't really get engaged in changing it, or can't get engaged in changing it. I think that what this last year and a half has taught us is that going back to normal, going back to the normal that we had before is literally not going to be possible. We've destabilized so much. And the reason why it's not possible is because we, people like me, Michelle, Alethea, you, Glenda, the men, the 100 Black men, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, will not shut up. We will not allow the status quo of the past to be the status quo of the today and the future. And that's why I'm hopeful, because I have watched in my life, the same group of people kind of run to the front of the line and, try to change things. You know who those same group of people are, right? And then everybody else and then we lose interest, lose conviction, whatever. I don't think this is the time to do that. I think that we are prepared as a nation and as a disgruntled nation to, as Joe Biden says, President Biden says, build back better.
Thank you. Michelle, I'd be interested to know from your perspective, I mean, you've been in banking, but you've had all of these interesting other parts of your life, as how you see it and how you see your role now in what has to happen and change in this nation.
In this nation?
Yes.
I'm sort of where Ursula is. I don't know that, I think it's a combination of COVID and, it's just sort of naturally putting many of us in a place where we're more self-reflective and sort of reviewing our lives and our purpose. That's what the last year has been like for me. And then, of course, there are things that have happened in our society that aren't new things, right? They're just really uncovered now, whether that's because of technology, social media, the ability to have a body cam that shows what's happening, or the ability to raise your phone and document what's happening. The covers are off now around things that have been happening for years, many, many years. And so to Ursula's point, I think we are a disgruntled nation where it's almost impossible to put this boogeyman back in the bag and pretend that somehow, it doesn't exist or that it's gone away. So I think the last couple of years have been very eye-opening. And when I think about my role and my position, I think once the door is open, it's important that I not let that door close behind me, but that I am propping that door open and ushering in as many people as I can.
Olivia, the same question to you. Hello, how do you see yourself? What do you see your role in what's happening in this nation?
I would agree that we're at a critical turning point in this nation's history, and that we don't return back to where we were. We are going into a new normal. We have so many new voices that are being heard, and many people who've accepted leadership roles and that call to leadership by this moment that we're in. And so I look at my role is to, one, utilize my voice and lean into my power and my position. I'm doing some great work with the support and leadership of Walgreens and Ross Brewer around health equity. What we've seen is that Black and brown communities have been disproportionately impacted. And that's not new, right? We've known health disparities and inequities have existed, but what's been done in the last year is a light has been shined so brightly on this that it can't be ignored anymore. So this is the moment for us to say the time is for change, and what can we do? I'm leaning into that and leaning into personalized care, leaning into hearing the voices of the communities that we're trying to serve and helping to amplify those. Building meaningful partnerships like the one we have with the 100 Black Men of America, and continuing to do so, and to try to help ensure that I'm not the last person who looks like me who is in this role, but that I'm continuing to help mentor and again amplify the voices of others who may not be able to be on these platforms.
Thank you. Olivia, one of the questions that they asked us to deal with as a panel today, and I'll simply read it. Share your experience on how you've influenced and changed the world. And I'll start with you, and again, we'll work around.
Sure. So I am influencing and hoping that I'm changing the world through the work that I'm doing in health policy. And so health is really at the center. If you are not healthy, you're not going to work, you're not going to school, you're not participating in your family life or community life. And what we've learned is that private health is public health. And that's been the big lesson of this past year. And so while you can ignore health of certain people in certain communities, at the end of the day, we all are dependent on each other's health in order to have good public health. And so through the work that I've done with the adoption of Obamacare, but especially the work that I've been doing this past year with respect to COVID vaccine equity with Walgreens, and really trying to help ensure that we have vaccines in some of the hardest hit communities, but also not just, it doesn't start there and it doesn't end there, but the continued work on health equity. And so I work in the healthcare space and I'm driven and passionate about ensuring that we have healthy communities and that we're also addressing it on a personalized level. You know, when I started my career, we talked about healthcare in the sense of a disease state or how is a certain payment code going to be paid for, but really putting the patient at the center of that care, and patients present differently. And that's another thing we've learned during COVID as we talk about vaccine hesitancy or disinterest, that we have to hear from the individual. What is the barrier? And how can we assist with either getting you to care or making you feel more comfortable? But that patient-centered care can't end here. And so just continuing the work of putting the patient first, hearing from underserved communities and servicing them and helping to make healthcare more accessible.
Thank you. Michelle, same question, and then we're gonna do a more varied set of questions, but this is one question in particular that they wanted me to ask of each panelist.
Sure. And when I thought about this question, I thought, well, wow, it's a really big world and I'm one person. But, you know, for me, I think I have to boil it down to where I have a real opportunity to impact. And so I think about it in terms of people and the people whose lives I'm making a difference in, whether that's professionally in terms of, you know, providing access to credit or banking services, or whether from a personal and professional standpoint, am I making a difference in the lives of people who are pursuing careers, of women who may not be confident that they don't have to be 100% ready for the next opportunity? Who am I mentoring? Who am I sharing my story with to help them achieve their career dreams? I think about it in terms of my community and how involved in my community. Am I volunteering my time? How am I serving and making my community a better place to live? I think about it in terms of my voice and exercising my right to vote and spending the time to understand the leaders that I am voting to act on behalf of me and the other constituents in this country. I take all of those things very seriously. And then how am I using my voice when I see injustice? And ensuring that, I leverage my voice, I leverage my position, and leverage my own, personal convictions to call out injustice when I see it. So those are some of the ways that I think about changing the world, impacting people, and making a difference in the lives of the people that I meet and that I know.
Thank you. Ursula?
I have to agree so much with what Michelle just said. I think of my impact in 3 different buckets. The first is my family, my kids and my family. The responsibility that I have is to make sure that I produce or help to produce change agents for the good for the world. So well-educated, well-behaved, hardworking, optimistic, happy children who are no longer children. So that's the first way I can impact the world. And I think the best way to think about it is the converse. If you don't do that, what happens when that doesn't happen, right? We see it in both successful and unsuccessful, financially and unsuccessful people. That's the negative impact that they have on the world. The second is, it took me a while to understand that I was an example. I was the first X, the first Y, and it took me a while to understand that that was a positive thing, not a negative thing. And therefore, I now use it to the maximum. I use this uniqueness as the platform that I can actually speak about change for good, about inclusion, about education is one of the most fundamental things and the thing I'm most passionate about trade, about injustice, but also about good things, about good and happy things as well. And then the third is directly associated with that. Instead of settling in and settling down and kind of being okay with the status quo, I changed the world by continually asking myself and the people who have grace and privilege like I do, including my family members, what the heck can we do to include more people into this circle that I'm sitting in here? Happy, nice, nice life, good place. I can get myself out of any trouble, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. How do we allow more people to actually have access to this space? Not a bad place to be. More people should be here.
Wonderful. As often we talk about standing on the shoulders of mighty generations. And that's certainly how I look at where I am in the world and how blessed I have been. And I'd like to talk about that from your different perspectives of just, what happened in your life that really put you on the path that you are for this enormous success that each of you has had. And Michelle, I want to start with you with that question.
Yeah, well, as I said in the beginning, I kind of stumbled into banking, really just, a job as a teller, and certainly not something that I, ever thought would be a career. I just thought I'd do this until I got discovered and became the next Leatine Price. But along the way, it really is because of people who vested time in me, saw some potential, and sort of nourished my curiosity about banking, which, by the way, I totally relate to my being a musician, my desire to connect and build emotional connections with people manifested itself initially in my life through music and song and touching people that way. And then ultimately, when I got into banking, I saw another way to emotionally connect with people, to educate them around their finances and help them prepare, to achieve their dreams that way. And so it still was about emotional connection. And it was about someone seeing that potential in me and nurturing that.
Was there a particular mentor?
I'm sorry?
Was there a particular mentor? Was there a group that you joined? Were there other women who supported you as you were on this journey?
I would say that there was an informal mentor. Her name was Dolores. And for me, she was the Ursula of banking. I couldn't look around me back in the 80s and see lots of, many African-American women in leadership roles. And Dolores wasn't at a very high level, but she was a branch manager, and she was one of the few Black branch managers that I had seen, at the bank. And so for me, seeing her was important, to Ursula's point about being an example and understanding the importance of that. And so Dolores made me think that it was possible for me to become a branch manager. And then ultimately, I had lots of different opportunities, but I think it started with Dolores, who sort of advocated for me when I struggled in the beginning of my job in banking. She went to bat for me and took a chance on me. And because of that, and because of her existence in that job, I believed that I could. So I would say that was a critical moment for me. And then along the way, I had great mentors, women who sat down with me and gave me feedback that frankly some of my leaders or bosses at the time weren't courageous enough or vested enough to tell me. And so, she gave me feedback that I think helped me learn how to marry my perception of myself with how people were seeing me, because there was a big disconnect in what I saw and how I thought I was impacting people versus how they were being impacted. And there was someone who helped me see that and had that conversation with me that I think was a defining moment in changing my career and opening up opportunities for me.
I actually think it's some of both. People come into leadership space in different ways. There's a saying, some are born great, some achieve greatness, and some have greatness thrust upon them. And that's true leadership as well. And so there are moments that make leaders and really build people, whether it's an activist that is in that moment called to leadership. And then there are people who have worked towards this their whole lives, or people who are born innately with personal qualities or behaviors that make them great leaders. But to your point, it really is also incumbent upon the people who are around you. Some people help to shape you into being a leader. Some people call out things that are in you that you don't see in yourself, and it's that leadership potential, and then provide opportunities, whether those are stretch goals or you sort of thrust in the middle of something that forces you to actually rise to the occasion and exert your leadership. And so I think it comes really by both, and having that good team around you and those people who can support you and see that in you.
Yeah, good team around you is so critical. Ursula, Michelle, you all want to jump in on that?
Yeah, I actually think very few people are born anything. I am one of these, I'm a firm believer that talent is distributed reasonably equally around the world. There are edges for sure, but reasonably equally. Opportunity just isn't. So I think most people are, you learn how to be whatever it is you are. And that's definitely true, in my opinion, for leadership.
Yeah, would it be crazy of me to say, I think I'm firmly planted in the middle, where I agree with both ladies. I'm inclined to think that it's both. But when I think about people who are, I think some people are born with, certain innate characteristics that could lead to leadership if they're, provided an opportunity and given a chance to nurture those. I also think that, it can go haywire on them as well, if it's not nurtured in the appropriate way. And then I think that there are people who are not sort of naturally charismatic or, commanding in their presence, who learn to be terrific leaders. So I don't know that I think you're born, that leaders are born leaders, but I think people are born with characteristics that fit the mold that we as a society sort of put around what leadership looks like.
And that's the thing I want to debate all the time, Michelle, is that idea of the mold that we as society. We as society don't do anything. Society is defined, has been from the beginning of time by white men. That's the definition of anything. And that's why I say that I actually cannot believe that definition is the thing that we should check the box to emulate, because it was not acquired fairly in most situations. Actually, it was acquired in a very unfair way in most situations. So I actually am trying to think of ways to totally disrupt the whole thing, right? We have a society, a structure that has been defined by not at their own doing, today's generation's own doing. The thing that I'm trying to say out loud is recognize the start that you have. The inherent, you start on third base, recognize that start, and let's start to dismantle the structure for the future that as you automatically start on third base, or conversely, it has everybody else, particularly Black people, especially Black women, start in the dugout. We're not even on, we're not even on the playing field. We have to actually, and I just want to make sure that we question charisma, all these things. What is that? These are all constructs that somebody else set up for us. I don't want, by the way, the good news is we do have some people that look like us that have those traits, right? But women, we know what happens to women, particularly Black women. If you're charismatic or strong or fast or whatever the heck it is, it all goes against you. So I am, in my older age, I'm now starting to say, I'm starting to get, at least from my perspective, I'm getting this a little bit better. The reason why it's so hard for us is because it's not natural for us. That's not, and why it's not natural for us is because it's not meant to be. Somebody else to find it in their space, not in our space. I don't know.
I love that. Ursula, what advice, I'm going to ask all of you, what advice, and I'll give you a little footnote, personal footnote. I left a federal clerkship and went into Delta Airlines a zillion years ago. And as you might imagine, I didn't know any in-house counsel, Black women anywhere in the country. I just didn't. And so it was lonely. It was very lonely. And so I'd like for each of you all to think back and give yourself advice. What advice would you give yourself now at the beginning of your career? Because I've quickly learned that everybody who was Black, my color was not necessarily supportive of me in that journey. And so now, at a very different part of my life, I really try to reach back and lift as I climb. But as you're starting out your career, what advice would you give your 21, 25-year-old self on this incredible journey that each of you has embarked upon? And whoever wants to start.
Why don't I start? There's a pause. I think 4 big buckets. One is to really be introspective in the early parts of your life about what you would like your personal life to look like. What is it? It's hard to know, but it's really important to start questioning and laying the foundation so that you can build towards that. We do that with our careers. And we don't even really do it with our careers. We do it with money. We say, I want to earn a lot of money. But very few people actually sit back and say, I want to live in the South. I want to, have free time. I want to have so think about your life first from a personal perspective of what you want. Second is 3 things my mother told me. The first is that the responsibility you have in the world is to leave behind more than you take away. And you have to do that in every instance, at the end of every day, every week, and definitely at the end of your life. If you cannot sit down the moment that you're going to close your eyes and never look up again and say, yes, I've on average left behind more than I've taken away, then you are a failure. That's number 2. The third thing is, second thing is my mother would say to me, don't let the world happen to you. You have to happen to the world. So just sitting back and letting things happen just generally doesn't end up good, doesn't end up with the right outcome. Sometimes you'll be lucky. Most of the time you will not. And then the final thing, which is the title of my book, is she said to me almost every day, where you are is not who you are. And remember that when you're rich and famous. And the end of it was amazing because when I'm rich and famous, we grew up on the Lower East Side of Manhattan. We didn't know richness. This is before the internet. We didn't know fame, and then we didn't know business and the corporations. But she had an idea that her children were going to be successful in the global sense, leaving behind more than they took away, influential, not necessarily money. And her point was, you have to remember that. You have to think about that. You have to become that before anything else. So where you are, we grew up in a bad place. That's not who you are. We had very little money. We were poor. That's not who you are. You're not poor in spirit, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And those are the three things that I would say to people all the time. Purposeful life, purpose-driven life. Don't let it just happen to you. Make sure that you work for it, whatever the it is, well-defined. And also make sure that you understand that just because you've made it or haven't doesn't mean that the soul of who you are hasn't made it. And that you have the ability to change that. So that's it.
Thank you. Michelle?
Similar. Yeah, I would tell my younger self that what I do for a living is not going to define who I am. And at some point, it will not be as important to you in your 50s as it was to you in your 20s. And I'm at a point in my life and my age and in my career where it's more important for me to look back and feel like I've left a legacy that isn't about what job I had, what title I had, but really, about people that I've impacted. Who have I loved? Whose love have I earned? And who's, where have I been able to make a difference? Not, accomplishments. And I think in my early years, I was very focused on my career and thought about it in a very linear way. But, life teaches you that, you better be grounded in something a lot more important than a title.
What I would tell my younger self is to know and own your story, and be steadfast in your purpose and the impact you want to make. And I say the piece about know and own your story because when I first started my career, it was a time when everyone was still talking about a melting pot. And so it was not to be who I was, but instead to try to fit into an image, or others would have had me try and fit into an image that wasn't natural for me, that wasn't reflective of my journey of growing up in New York, of my educational path, of my family upbringing, and what that would have done. And what it did do early on in my career is really dulled me and didn't allow me to bring the unique perspective that I have that brings value to the table. And what I had to learn is that my story is a great thing, and it makes me different, and it brings value. And so knowing that and owning that and allowing that to ground me, but also propel me. And I would also say being steadfast in my purpose. And so what is driving me? Why am I here? And how can I have an impact, not just on myself, because at some point I won't be here. I will have moved on, whether it's career-wise or at the end of life, but what am I leaving behind? Who have I touched? What have I changed that I saw that could be different and should be different? And did I lean in and have a voice and make an impact? And so really, what is the legacy going to be? So thinking about those, even as you set out on your career, because you'll quickly look up and be 20 years into your career and 30 years into your career. And so every day really does make a difference of what you're bringing to the table.
I'd be interested to know from all of you your thoughts about what people have defined as the post-George Floyd era. We have a Black woman who's vice president. We had a conviction of that police officer. I question really if the George Floyd decision really is the trigger for the change that we need to see in the nation. And full disclosure, I represent the family of Philando Castile in Minnesota for almost 5 years ago in being killed by the police. And so we're seeing so many of these, and people say, oh, but Judge, it's because, it's just happening more. And I'm saying what we're seeing is the documentation of it more. I'm not so sure this has not been a real problem in this nation. But this post-George Floyd era, I'd be interested in what you think that means for us going forward, and then we'll have to move to our 1 minute lightning round as we wrap. But I'd be interested to know your thoughts about that. And anyone can jump in.
Well, Go ahead, Ursula.
Go ahead, Michelle. Please, you go first.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think I referenced this earlier at the beginning of the conversation, where I feel like, you know, this boogeyman is out of the bag, and it is an ugly beast that can't be ignored. So I think that, to your point, you know, this has been going on for years and it continues, but the George Floyd murder was so in our faces that it just compelled those who may not have paid it attention in the past, or who weren't moved to anger, were then moved to anger. It was just impossible to ignore the inhumane aspect of watching someone snuff the life very deliberately out of another human being. And so I do think that we are seeing, you know, some of the changes that we've seen in our country, in our government leadership, et cetera. I think there is the impact of George Floyd's murder. My worry is that we don't need it to happen again for real change to be sustained.
And the more sustainable is something I was going to follow up on. As a footnote, I know Eric Garner's mother. We've gotten to know each other very well. And one of the things that she said when I first met her years ago, she said it has to be a movement, not a moment. And I think, Ursula, you and all of you in different ways have spoken to that today about whether it's going to be sustainable, whether we're going to really continue to move down this path. So I'd be interested to know what others of you think. Alethea, Ursula.
So, you know, it is definitely my hope that it is sustainable, and that we've started down a path that we can't turn back from. I think what was interesting is the time in which the George Floyd murder happened. It was a time when the world was pretty silent. Everyone was home. Everyone was the noise was canceled out, and everyone was tuned in to video, to online, to platforms. And so it was something that, and it being caught on film in the way it was, that could not be ignored. As we begin to go back to opening up outdoors and people want to move on to other things, I just, again, do hope, and it sort of feels like we're at a critical and pivotal point that we can't turn back. Because we're almost at an explosive point. It's been bubbling up for so long, and you can feel the tension around it. And if there isn't something to allow that to be released, whether it's the verdict, but now what? And it's the now what? Where do we go from here? But we definitely have to move forward.
Yeah, but now what is the great question. Ursula?
Yeah, I think that I agree with both Michelle and Alethea that the time had a lot to do with the impact of George Floyd's murder on society. We were in a pandemic. We were home. We had literally people being called critical workers who we wouldn't pay a living wage to. You know, these people were forced to go to work every day and to serve us, to check us out of when we needed food, to move us down the halls when we were in hospitals, etc. That whole unrest that happened in the communities around the world when certain people were safe and other people weren't. Certain people were dispensable, others weren't. We have George Floyd. We have a president in the country that was literally doing everything to bang the drum in a way that drove separation, oppression, etc. Literally, it was, so everything came together in a strange way. And I think at the end of this whole thing, if it works out the way that it seems like it's headed towards now, we're going to say, in a very odd way, George Floyd changed the world. The pandemic changed the world. Donald Trump changed the world, all for the better. If we continue down this path of, no, we're not going to settle back in and allow people to be paid non-living wages who do jobs that we depend on. So everybody march up to the friggin' well and pay $15 an hour, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I think that this is it's a crazy coming together of a whole bunch of things that allows this moment to be more than just a moment. As I say, you said it, Hamilton, it has to be a movement, not a moment, because so much has been disrupted that it's probably appropriate now that we start stepping back and going, yeah. And Alethea said it, that we were home, it was quiet. So yeah, that was good. Well, but in order for us to listen to something, something had to happen, and it did. And there was an impetus for us being at home. So these three really bad things, that, killing of another human being by the people who are paid to protect and serve, literally the irresponsible nature of it, and then the ultimate disaster of this COVID that kind of spread around the world like that. And then third, a government that didn't do anything to make you more angry. So you said, I can't stay home. So basically, I think it was all good and all from bad sources, right? From bad root causes. I think we have an opportunity here. That's why I'm hopeful. I think we have an opportunity for this to be a movement, not a moment.
I think this is a great place to end. I think we have to have hope. I think we have to live on the side of optimism and hope, because the alternative is just not acceptable. I cannot thank you enough, Ursula Burns, Michelle Lee, Alethea Jackson, for this discussion. I hope that after COVID, that we will all get to be in the same room to be able to continue this discussion. And I want to close by thanking our sponsors for supporting this platform. I appreciate each of you. I appreciate the work that you do. I appreciate the pioneering work that each of you finds yourself in, whether by choice or by fate, that the world needs strong Black women like you. And it's really been a privilege to share this time with you. With that, I'll say good day. Thank you very much.
As the head of Financial Health Philanthropy and executive sponsor for the 100 Black Men of America, I'm excited and honored to bring you greetings on behalf of Wells Fargo. We've faced more challenges than any of us could have imagined this past year, but I'm also inspired by this moment. The pandemic has shown unequivocally that deeply rooted systemic racism and discrimination are at the core of economic disparities and the racial wealth divide in our country. This is our moment to break down the policies and systems that are holding back Black, Indigenous, and other people of color. We recognize at Wells Fargo that we have a responsibility to take a larger leadership role and do more to help remove barriers to financial inclusion for people of color. I'm proud to share that Wells Fargo has launched a 10-year banking inclusion initiative to help more people access affordable banking services, working with many of our long-standing community partners, minority depository institutions, and others to build financial stability, resiliency, and success in our communities. We'll also build on the work with the 100 to empower the next generation of Black and African American leaders. From the new Junior Investment Club that introduced young people to the world of investing in the stock market, to hands-on banking and seed and matched savings accounts, this past year, we worked with 36 chapters across the U.S. and helped prepare roughly 625 students for their financial futures, and we hope to do more. I'm looking forward to listening and learning with you at this 35th annual conference of the 100 Black Men of America and working collaboratively to enable an inclusive economic future for all. Thank you.
The Center for Racial Equity at Walmart was created to address systemic racism. Walmart is investing in organizations that are accelerating change in 4 systems, which are health, education, criminal justice, and finance. We're identifying needs within the Black and African American community and sowing seeds that will bear fruit for many years to come.
Hello, I'm Al Dotson Jr., Vice Chairman of 100 Black Men of America, Inc. I have the honor of presenting the next award, named in honor of the late Leonard Knight. Mr. Knight was a former president of the Phoenix chapter and creator of the 100th Leadership Development Institute. He is a dedicated member and mentor whose legacy lives on in the Knight Leadership Award. It recognizes a member who has demonstrated a strong commitment to leadership within the organization and has used his leadership skills to teach 100 Black men, mentees, and mentors how to become leaders. For demonstrating leadership and the values of this award, the 2021 Knight Leadership Award is presented to Dr. Albany Price from the 100 Black Men of Atlanta. Join me in congratulating Dr. Price.
It is my great honor and pleasure to accept the 2021 Knight Leadership Award from the 100 Black Men of America. I'd like to thank Chairman Dortch and the Board of Directors for this great honor. I also like to extend a special thanks to the Chapter Development Committee for your long commitment and hard work. And a special thanks to my wife, Helen Smith Price, for her continued support throughout the years. I will continue to serve the mission of the 100, and I believe what they see is what they'll be. Thank you all for your support and service.
Hello again, I'm Al Dotson, back to provide you a summary of today's events. From award presentations and more great forums, to our signature youth competitions, the education and empowerment that took place was extremely outstanding. On behalf of the Board of Directors, congratulations to all award recipients. I want to send a special shout out to our Mentee and Mentor of the Year winners. These are 2 of the highest honors that we bestow annually because mentoring is the cornerstone of what we do. We thank our sponsors and partners for making it possible for In the 100, we mentor year in and year out. With your support, we can also present the special type of community engagement we experience today. You viewed 3 forums that are long-standing signature 100 events that always move people, whether they are in person or, as today, virtual. The Dollars and Cents Youth Investment Competition, the Brace B. Godfrey Jr. African American History Challenge Youth Competition, and the Women of Influence panel discussion have always been authentic, very real, and always powerful since their inception many years ago. Today, delivered on the 100th tradition of presenting excellence, celebrating history, and shining a spotlight on true leadership. So how do we wrap up today and get ready for tomorrow? I'll do that by saying I sincerely hope this day, this conference, this stuff we are living through inspires you to act. This past year proves that we are all interconnected. We need an even greater pandemic of people connected and a commitment to working together to deliver change in our communities and in our world. When the 100 mobilizes our League of Mentors into action, we are also sending a clarion call to community partners that it's time to act. We want to increase our community collaborations so that we can deliver even greater impact with an ultimate goal of helping youth, their families, and the communities in which they live to take the following action. Adapt expeditiously to meet unprecedented circumstances we are faced with. Challenge through advocacy and the legal system when our civil rights are violated. Also equip young people to navigate challenges they face now and in the future. And lastly, implement the tools and strategies learned through the 100th events to live triumphant, healthy, and successful lives. We also want youth to be mindful about giving back. I truly believe we are training our youth to be citizen philanthropists who will volunteer and give back to their communities. And if we, you and I, and everyone viewing this broadcast adopt a mindset of citizen philanthropy, then our collective impact through collaborations will know no bounds. Working together, we can and will deliver on an even greater social impact than any of us can do as individuals. Thank you again for viewing, and I look forward to joining you on our final day of the conference tomorrow. Take care and stay safe.
It only takes one new piece of forward intelligence, and everything can change in an instant.
Hey, I think I found something.
Most people will never see your work.
Only 3 people in the world have access to the information we need. Notify the field.
Your greatest strength will be the people around you.
You're going to be able to see the whole thing?
It's gonna be in the roof right here. That's see in the house.
And your greatest reward is knowing your efforts will help keep every American safe. Your achievements, while unknown to the public, are critical to our national security.
This translation is technically accurate, but in this context, it really means this.
The nation
We got it.
is counting on you to discover the truth.
I'll call the White House.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the CIA.
You can play a role protecting our nation. Start a career at the CIA and do more for your country than you ever dreamed possible.
As the head of Financial Health Philanthropy and executive sponsor for the 100 Black Men of America, I'm excited and honored to bring you greetings on behalf of Wells Fargo. We've faced more challenges than any of us could have imagined this past year, but I'm also inspired by this moment. The pandemic has shown unequivocally that deeply rooted systemic racism and discrimination are at the core of economic disparities and the racial wealth divide in our country. This is our moment to break down the policies and systems that are holding back Black, Indigenous, and other people of color. We recognize at Wells Fargo that we have a responsibility to take a larger leadership role and do more to help remove barriers to financial inclusion for people of color. I'm proud to share that Wells Fargo has launched a 10-year banking inclusion initiative to help more people access affordable banking services, working with many of our longstanding community partners, minority depository institutions, and others to build financial stability, resiliency, and success in our communities. We'll also build on the work with the 100 to empower the next generation of Black and African American leaders. From the new Junior Investment Club that introduced young people to the world of investing in the stock market, to hands-on banking and seed and matched savings accounts, this past year, we worked with 36 chapters across the U.S. and helped prepare roughly 625 students for their financial futures, and we hope to do more. I'm looking forward to listening and learning with you at this 35th annual conference of the 100 Black Men of America and working collaboratively to enable an inclusive economic future for all. Thank you.
you.